Chapter 3 has arrived, and with it comes an entirely new map to explore. There are some old returning favourites like Tilted Towers, Shifty Shafts, and Greasy Groves. There's also a ton of new POIs like Sleepy Sounds, Condo Canyon, and the Daily Bugle. Now, everyone knows the POIs, but what about the characteristics of the map, and what should we expect throughout the competitive season for Chapter 3 Season 1? Let's dive into some of the new changes and effects it has on competitive play. The first change that will seriously impact the way that competitive games are played out is the large abundance of environmental heals that are now available on the map. Previously, in Chapter 2, a lot of the slurp barrels were mainly located at Slurpy Swamps, with of course some others being thinly spread across the map in small amounts. Now in Chapter 3 Season 1, there are 87 slurp barrels distributed rather evenly across the map. Similarly, there are also 171 produce boxes spread relatively evenly throughout the map as well, so now a lot more players and teams will get access to not only the free shield in these, but also the peppers for enhanced movement speed. Last chapter, all the pepper spawns are basically limited to one POI, Catty Corners, but now the majority of named POIs have access to these outside of Rocky Reels. Teams like Janus and Vortex, who placed second in the first Cash Cup of the season, heavily utilize this in their early game strategy. They land to the south side of Sleepy Sound, and on their individual looting paths, both has access to shield barrels and produce boxes, meaning they can essentially make the most out of the 20 chests they have there, as they barely need to use any shield that they loot. Vortex uses 7 shield barrels to the west side alongside the shield mushrooms obtained from the produce boxes to get himself all the way up to 200 HP. Janus lands on the east side and pops 2 minis, then grabs the 3 slurp barrels and produce boxes to the north. You might think it's a waste, since he could have just used the same shield barrels as Vortex, but landing more split enables them to loot the entire place faster, disengage quicker, finding plenty of minis along the way anyway, so it won't necessarily matter. As you can see, as they leave their POI, they are not struggling for shield one little bit, unlike many of the other teams in the lobby.
You know, Reese, while we're on the topic of heals, we have to talk about the new coolers. These trusty new resources provide 3 different variations of loot. You can get 4 Chug Splashes, 2 Guzzle Juices, or 2 Chug Splashes and 1 Guzzle Juice. We've already seen this become a huge staple in competitive play. For example, Booga and Skittles drop in Chonker Speedway that has 17 cooler spawns, and when they leave this drop spot, they often have 18 Chug Splashes split across both of their inventories. This totals to 720 HP that can be healed if utilized effectively. With the cars already equipped here in Chonker Speedway with those nice off-road tires, they have that ease of mobility around the map. With this additional mobility and all of the Chug Splashes from the cooler boxes, this allows them to spend much more time looting in zone for ammo and better weapons. The issue with this strategy, though, is that it requires you to take a mid-game fight for your surge damage. But for a team like Booga and Skittles, that's something they're very confident in. Overall, this is a very unconventional but successful early game strategy they've been implementing. Last but not least, we have probably the most impactful addition to the map, and that is the spider webs. These webs provide you with mythic Spider-Man web shooters, an easy rotational tool using the webs, and additional heals. Having these provide numerous benefits in the early game, like easy shield and fast mobility. Now, these webs can be really useful in the early game for faster looting, but can be a double-edged sword in the endgame. In this game, the first moving zone pulls from south of Daily Bugle to the northwest, which means there are a large amount of obstacles in players' way. Shady and Waze have boxed up next to one of these webs, meaning when the zones start to pull, they can leave their box and get an easy rotation from low ground without the use of a launch pad, and also saving them a ton of material. However, if you're not watching each turn in a messy endgame, you could easily bounce off of one of these and be sent into the zone, or even worse, into Tayson's line of sight. With these incredible additions to the map, plus some old favorites returning, we can't wait to see you all in action when FNCS returns in February. Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep beep!
Okay. A bit left to Sleepy Sound. Yeah, it's good like that.
On the mountain, like top of Shifty. Like that, yeah.
I'm going like the hill above Shifty, a bit left of that. Yeah, okay, this is my guess here.
On the road above Shifty Shafts Mountain. Like on the road above, like between the mansion. Yeah, up there.
Let's say logjam. A lot of zones they pull in more. Like you can't pick a central location. A lot of the time it's not going to be a central location. It's not going to be. I don't think it's going to be shifty, but it will be somewhere around shifty. I was thinking logjam, so it's going to pull in. I think it's going to be somewhere around logjam, in between shifty and logjam.
Nice, fully over.
Oh, that's a good one.
Center.
I got 1 point. Okay, that's good. That's good. Not looking good for the next zone though.
Nice. It's going to go up next, isn't it?
Oh, okay. So now it's a 50-50 if it goes to the right or to the left, but we hope for the left, of course.
Okay. Yeah.
That's 2 points. Nice.
Yeah.
It goes to the right.
Okay, I would be out anyways though.
Unlucky.
Okay. So a bit right to the lake south side. Yeah, there. Yeah, there. There it's good.
I'm gonna make a little greasy zone. Yeah, like on the hill right under greasy, like that. Yeah.
Under Greasy, there's like a group of trees under Greasy. Yeah, okay, that's right. That's good.
Right next to Greasy Grove, like the road. Yeah, like right there.
I would say tilted or rocky reels, but I've been showing up last one picking tilted, so I'll pick rocky reels. Go on the bridge in between. Yeah, that.
It goes to the right. Not close.
Okay, never mind. River is not for good luck.
No. So far off.
Okay. We're not going to be in next turn, are we? Yeah, great. Should have picked Rocky.
I first started playing Fortnite back in 2018.
I think my brother, some of his friends was playing it.
I started playing it like since really the start, like first season.
I started playing in season 3.
A friend told me about it, and I was like, that's probably like a kid's game.
We tried it and we thought it was fun and we kept playing it.
Like after the second or third game, I was full into it.
It's just like completely different game. It's a battle royale with building mechanics.
You could build and then edit the buildings.
The game was very good. There was no game like Fortnite.
There's so many cool items in the game.
And there still are no games like Fortnite.
I think every like pro player in like any game has like this competitive drive, you know?
For me, like, knowing that I can always improve.
You wanna be on the leaderboards, you wanna perform good.
So I just want to get better and better.
Just go Fortnite. Just, you shoot people, you build, and you try and win the game. Make sure the storm doesn't catch you.
It's a battle royale with a completely different mechanics from all the other games.
It's the first game where you really can like build and you can outplay the opponent with just by building.
If I knew it was gonna become this big, I would probably try it harder, put more time in it.
2 years ago, no one thought about the things you could do now.
First started on controller, but when I changed the keyboard, I'll put like F1 or F2 and F3. And, like if I wish like I did like a good keyboard back then.
Even stream at the beginning, because if you were a really good player and streamed, everyone was watching you back then. So everyone wanted to become good in Fortnite.
I mean, right now the meta Spider-Man is like very, very strong.
I think you should really just utilize the SMG. Just really, really good.
Probably the SMG, because it's very easy to get refreshes with.
Position is a huge factor, you know, in Fortnite, because when you're like at the back of the zone or like at the wrong spot in the wrong zone, you might get focused or you might be late on rotation, and that might scuff your whole game, and boom, it's over, you know.
Mentality is like the main thing in this game, I'm not like.
What I do to try to like keep a good mental state while playing, just trying to have a healthy lifestyle.
Like spend time with my family or friends, talk to them, just like get some activity in, some sport.
Just keep going, and like also have a look around. Like, okay, is there other things in my life that could be stopping me improving?
The best playstyle right now with like these formats is definitely playing like for end game.
One game can change everything. I think you need to fight, but you need to fight careful.
The best playstyle right now is 100% just very aggressive.
I think it's really like rewarding being aggressive, but you also need to be really passive, like if there's someone close to you.
I think the best play is knowing when you can switch it on. You know, like, okay, playing slow and immediately do a 360, just start playing fast. That's when you throw players off.
Make sure you play aggressive at the right moments when you see an opportunity, but then also play passive and just play for endgame.
How's it going, everybody? Our hearts go out to all the players impacted by world events. With that being said, let's go ahead and start the show. This is the FNCS. I've got Levin and Sundown here on the analyst desk hanging out with us today. My friends, it is great to have you here. Boop is under the weather, so for now, Sundown is hanging out with us in Europe. My guys, how are you guys feeling coming into the competition? This is semifinals.
Yeah, this is the most exciting time of the season for a Fortnite fan like myself. Obviously, we've got some big games coming up. Top players looking to try and get their way into the finals, and it's going to be a great weekend. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean, 16 matches over the weekend. We'll have 16 victory rounds going through, and then a bunch of consistent teams. And I mean, I'm just excited for some high-level Fortnite, Zeke.
I know, 3 days of Fortnite action ahead of us, Sundown. We have to talk about a lot of these things. We don't have much time before we're jumping into the battle bus, so we're going to do a little bit of a speed run to get us through the top of the show. Let's start with our broadcast schedule. If you've watched last week, you know we had 2 separated days of qualifiers, but then we came back for this weekend, right? 3 days. We'll be here today, tomorrow, and then Sunday. Next weekend, we will have our finals competition. Make sure to come back and check that out. If you think this action is intense, crazy, and high level, I'm telling you, finals will be only that much more intense. This is it, though, Levin. We've made it to the semifinals.
Yeah, I'm going to do my best to explain this for everyone who maybe doesn't quite understand, but we have 3 days, 3 sessions. The first 2 sessions will have 5 matches in which the top 6 most consistent teams after those 5 games will move through to the finals. But if you win a victory royale in any of the games within a session, you will instantly advance to the next round. So plenty to play for. Of course, we have those 3 sessions, those 3 games. It's going to be a good one.
And here's how the teams will be earning points. And as Levin mentioned, the Victory Royale, it's not 1,000 points, but it might as well be a ticket directly through the finals. However, at the end of the 5 matches today, our top 6 teams from consistency points will go through. And here's how they earn them. If you watch the qualifiers, it's the same format. First placement point given out at top 35, second one at top 30, and each duo that drops from 25th all the way down to the top 3 will earn you an additional point. And then once you're in the top 3, a nice little +2, +2, +4, and then let's get into the players list.
That's right. Here it is. So, as we've kind of alluded to, this is going to be a really unique and special format, right? That Victory Royale means whoever gets it, they're going on through. But then at the end of the day, it's basically a series point leaderboard, right? Whoever has the max points, those players will also move on as well. The top 6 from there. So, just looking at this list, you know, Levin, I feel like I did this last week, and it was kind of like a little bit of a shock. But there's still so many big names on here that I feel like I should. No, I feel like, how is someone like Joe and Vino here?
Look, all I will say to you, Zeke, is that there are plenty of players competing in this lobby who have the ability to go out there and win games, let alone top 6 consistency-wise. So plenty of these big names who maybe you're worried about will be well okay in terms of trying to advance to the final.
Yeah, just given the math, about 75% of the teams we'll see today are likely to make it through to that finals. However, you still have to end up going through the matches and winning the games. So a lot to play for, Zeke.
I know, man. It is absolutely insane. Now, of course, we still have 2 more days of competition, right? So even if a duo can't quite make it into those top 6 spots at the end of the day, they can still come back tomorrow. Remember, we're going to be filling out players from our series point leaderboard, and then that new subset of players will play with the remaining players tomorrow. We'll do that again on Sunday. I know it sounds super complicated. I'm telling you, it's really easy. You guys at home won't have to worry about anything. We're just here to watch some Fortnite and see whoever gets the Victory Royale. But, of course, we're getting closer to that time to jump on that battle bus. Let's talk about predictions very quickly, then we'll go hang out with our casters for the day. Here they are. I'm starting us off with Joe and Vino, and that's why I asked you guys at the top of the show, like, how are they here? This feels like almost like a filler slot, almost, in that, like, they're going to guarantee get a victory out, right? Or they're going to make that top 6 in day number 1. So for me, I feel like this is a no-brainer. Joe and Vino, we will see them in finals. 11-2K, Seti, and Chapix.
Yeah, I'm going to say in Chapix, they're being contested by Coop and Frack, but I do expect them to win that battle. And once they win it, Storm Surge sorted for the game. These guys have the ability to win a game. One of the best duos in the world. Let's do this.
Yeah, and then for my prediction there, Astralis, Thomas HD, and Falcon Tayson. I mean, I'm shocked they're not there, but with only 16 duos having gone through, I expect them to find a gap, and I have no doubt Reese and Chow will be able to elaborate on their picks here shortly, Zeke.
Hey, well, you know what? Let's go with them right now. They can talk about it and prepare us for these next 5 matches. So, friends, over to you.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Levin, and Sundown. It's me, Shari, which is joined by Reese Hub, content creator, analytical mastermind, the legend himself, Reese. We're about to be hitting up this cast. It's been a while, but we're ready.
been a while. Like my first broadcast ever was back on the desk, all the way back in Chapter 2 Season 4. It was with you. We're both flipping over right now onto the caster side of things, keeping things different, but it feels like home, right? I feel comfortable here.
Definitely. It's hard to predict who's in that, bedroom at home in terms of the players. Who are we kind of interested in looking at passing all the way towards the finals? I think Restart Scram. Reese, what about you?
I mean, there's so many different ones in there. My pick's got to be Janus Vortex right now. Looked a little bit kind of questionable throughout some of the qualifiers. It's a big brain game for a lot of them at the same time. I think if, in particular, they can stay on their game, not tilt, like we're going to see a huge pop-off, similarly to what we did in kind of the qualifier to that final game where they picked up a 10 elimination victory royale.
Yeah, and the thing about this format is you just need that one game. So all these power duels, all the ones that, you love to have a fandom over, they're going to be in the spotlight, but at the same time, it's only one team per game, right? After that, there's the consistency. So we'll see what breaks down over the course of the day. That being said, game one is ready. Let's dive into the FNCS semifinals.
Game number 1, loaded up the semifinals, day number 1. We're going to have 4 more matches after this. There's currently 50 the best teams in Europe lined up, and we're starting things off already with Thomas HD, similarly to qualifier number 1.
We're starting it off a little bit hot, though. There we go. Heavy shotgun in his hands, but Tayson's the one that's missing. We never see that this early. I mean, we expected some hairy situations off spot running, but Thomas can go down too fast. Another shot missed. Vino and Joe are the ones to reign things over in the first game.
That's surprising, right? Because this is almost exactly the same thing we saw in qualifier number 1. It was like a 50-50 off, but Vino and Joe ended up dipping out in the cars. This time they've fully committed, and this is going to set them up, right? This is the drop spot that players are going to be going to get those double launch pads from the vault.
This is crazy. You ever hop in a car, at home trying to go to work and end up going just 200 miles per hour? Because I was trying to get into, the nuance of it. Reese, trying to talk to you a little bit, pick your brain about what to expect today. But these players, they are just hot off the press, off this first game.
Yeah, and this is something right now that you're looking at inside the Bugle that I thought I would never see in my life, right? 4 teams contesting a single POI. You've got to think, what's the game plan? What's the strategy? Notice, firstly, that Aqua went down by not landing on that main side. He usually lands on the far west-hand side. But he actually also accidentally leaked his drop map on stream once. So clearly the players are taking advantage of that at the moment, pushing them down below, and it's not paying advantage in that first game. I wouldn't be totally worried because Aqua and Noah really are obviously game winners, hype players at the same time. So maybe, the next couple games, maybe even the reboot can come off as well.
Possibly. The big thing about these games is that you can really push yourself forward all the way even into Game 5. Everyone has a chance to qualify. You just need to get that win. That being said, people playing with that winner's mentality versus the consistency mentality, you might see a lot of differences in play styles and the game, the pacing. So far, Splash is going to be walking in with his teammate. Lots of shots all the way across the map, but nothing actually confirming for these guys. Aqua is down. Noah Riley gets to get away. That's nice. We'll tune in with Andretta as well, who's having some trouble. Unfortunately, his teammate's down too.
Yeah, we saw Noah Riley try to dip away, but he can see in the map in the bottom right that he's just coming across 2 other teams at the same time. And you got to try and figure out here, where are we going to reboot? What are we going to try and do? Where are we going to try and go? Moving back over to Sleepy Sounds, as we mentioned. This fight's getting a little bit scrappy.
Yeah, Flois be spectating this one. 1v1 all the way over at Sleepy. You'll expect a lot of contestation all throughout the day. Andretta, no mats available at all. Skyzoo is going to be the one to win off this time.
Yeah, I'm thinking what's going to happen here on the north side, because in Sleepy Sounds, Trulex and Chico are up there uncontested. They had a rough couple of, let's be real, fights in the early game and in the mid game when it came to the qualifiers. That would have been the perfect time for them to third party in, push on into the north side of Sleepy, but seem to not have taken advantage of that so far, so maybe that's something they're going to try in later.
It feels like a lot of teams right now are kind of frazzled and rattled off spawn. Kind of surprised by not only the frequency of players, the amount all the way around the POI, but what do you even do next, right? There's a lot of stragglers right now, Race. These solo players can have a lot of impact when they're kind of by themselves looking to clutch up, in between POIs.
I mean, if you're a solo, you're just trying to do what you can, right? You're trying to find any loot. Hopefully you've managed to get the reboot card. Obviously, in particular, the situation watching right now, we're trying to find Aqua and Noah. It seems like the rate at which he dipped, he probably has that reboot card somewhere. You're trying to get that player back up into the game, but if you notice in the top left-hand corner, 91 players still up in this, which means that wherever you go, there's just going to be players all around to kind of spray you out if you hit that reboot.
Yeah, we're talking about the north side as well. One duo to mention, Leader, Irazumi. They're going to be controlling, I think it's going to be Crossroads as well. Looking at exactly if they can break it down, but to some Q-Trick also rolling in. Camp Cuddle, left side of the map. They're trying to win things off spawn. A little bit of a disrespectful pickaxe right there. Putrick unfortunately going down in the process, though, so Toos will have to find that reboot ban ASAP.
Yeah, and this was a fight that we were really expecting here because there was two teams contesting. Mustache Malabuka going against Gambit and Shmeki. We saw that in Qualifier 2, but we also saw Toos and Putrick going up against Mustache and Malabuka in Qualifier 1. So they can't really manage to get anything out of this here.
Not at all. What do you do, though, Reese, if you're in these situations, the 50-50s, you lose game number 1? Do you stay there for game 2? How does it roll?
I mean, it's rough regardless. I mean, you stay, that's your draw spot, you alpha, but the problem is if it keeps happening over and over again, like, I don't know, when you come to those later games, is there anywhere else you can even land?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. The one cool thing is that, you know, one team will be winning and is not going to be in the game anymore, so in that sense, the map will open up slightly. At the same time, it is still surprising. A lot of players have to prep in this entire format, right? They had a little bit of a day's, a week's almost worth of information and knowledge of who's going where. That makes it very different from the qualifiers that we saw where there was only just, 1 hour between games.
Barely even. It was like 20, 30 minutes once the full leaderboard's established of who was going to go where. So you're right. And a lot of these opportunities had things to turn around. Interestingly, what we're looking at right now was the team trying to take advantage of that in Coop and Frack. They're trying to get into the box, trying to hit the shots at this particular moment, but not managing to connect down to the 1v1 situation. And Coop is trying to just get in, get involved. This was both fights that we watched earlier on. The ramp's already in the box, the pickaxe out, the held angle, but no, this is such a good job to get away from here on out. Toos is managing to pace himself. He's getting away. He's hitting the chug splashes, but Coop has managed to get his all the way back up to 200 HP. Still tons of heals, tons of materials. Really trying to take advantage of the fact that Toos is in there.
Now finally trapped in towards one of the boxes. He's just kind of setting up this entire perimeter. I'm looking at a castle with a moat of brick all around it, and Toos is kind of just trapped. He's the king of nothing right now but pressure. Coop is doing a really good job of keeping him on his toes, but this is the part where Toos might have a little bit of an advantage. Coop kind of backing off, maybe looking at the mats that he has, or where else can I penetrate these walls. Might give Toos a little bit of breathing room. You don't want to do that at all. You can see now he has 2 boxes to work around from entirely, reclaiming walls on all sides as well. It just takes 1 shot to really flip this fight.
Yeah, Coop's doing a great job trying to keep his distance, not get into those builds that Toos has created. He's given himself this space, and this has slowed down the fight a ton. Obviously, he's managed to flip things around and pick up his teammate of Frack. This could be the 1v2 that goes in his favor if he can play this his own way.
Yeah, both players, when you look at the mats, Toos almost out of brick, only kind of operating on wood. These shots are really doing some damage overall to, attrition on both sides.
It's interesting, though, that both players still have tons of chug splashes as well, right? We see 6 in the hands of Toos right now and 2 in the hands of Coop at the same time. So they both have the heals to trade shots if they need to without the materials. But it does seem like Toos is now going to start. I thought I was about to say going to go in the more aggressive play, but no, it's just as soon as I say that, he's back down.
Might be some backseating from Putrick, I'm not sure. He had a little bit of an opening, but that does make Coop to use even more of his materials. I'm checking in at 76 mats, though, so he can be here for a long time. He's got the floppers, too. This is looking real bad for Toos. He's just a mouse caught inside a trap, but Coop can't seem to just open it up.
Yeah, the strategy, because I think this fight's going to go on a while, so I want to tell you what Coop's doing, right? Coop and Frack rotated here from that north side because they were contested off spawn with Say and Chapik. They didn't want to fight.
Where's all the other action? It's kind of running away. They're going to just completely lose sight of each other. I mean, there is a chance both have each other's teammates' cards to completely disengage, go wherever, but you're right, momentum is a huge thing. Winning that fight kind of just wins you the entire drop. Lots of questions for these players.
Yeah, and we're seeing right now 1 elimination on Seti. If my brain was to think back, I'm actually thinking that I may have made an error. I may have made a minor error in saying who picked up the elimination there, because this is the team that was just contesting Coop and Frank that we just saw. Potentially, Seti's picked up that first elimination, and then Coop's dipped over to Camp Cuddle at that point, and then that's how...
I mean, Coop went all the way from the north side down towards the left and saw no other teams. I mean, Joe and Vino have to be just farming up. Everyone's just like hyper-focused. You just have one solo running around frantically looking for anything. But yeah, Toos will completely disengage. It looks like Coop is keeping track of him right now. Feels like I'm watching one of those solo survival shows where one person like hunts the contestants. But who is the hunter in this side? Because they both start to clash again. Toos has a lot more materials to work with, but he has to make an entire new base now. So basically, cut that entire ration in half, and now it's just up to Coop to try to penetrate this base again.
And this is what you in the mind of these players right now, because you've got to think, like, they both want this fight to be over. That's fundamentally they want it to be done. They want to be out of here. If they win it or if they disengage, it doesn't matter. They want to be gone from this. The points, I don't want to say it doesn't matter, but it doesn't matter as much as just finishing the fight fast, getting your teammate back into the action, and being able to continue the game. Because right now the game's just slowing down, wasting time, whittling away as these players try to drain their ammo, drain their materials, drain their heals, everything, as that shot starts to trade off yet again. We're seeing the same thing yet again, but hey, chug splashes at the same time. They managed to go plenty, like I mentioned earlier. Oh!
Okay, almost inside the box. You're talking about draining mats and ammo. My mental might be getting drained right now, but so is Coop's HP bar. There goes Toos with a few more shots, but a lot of trades on the HP. This is going to be rough, and now the heals are basically all in.
Mentioned how many chug splashes they had a couple times, and finally, I think this is about 7 minutes later. Maybe it just feels like that anyway, that it's gone down.
This is like a multi-stage like movie deal these guys have. This is lasting way too long. I'm looking at flashbacks from you know, Toos's backstory. The side character might go down as well. Like this is some crazy story I'm watching. It's lasting way too long.
This is the kind of thing in like a solo cash cup where you get players and they're just like, I fought this guy in the edge side of zone. Oh my god, this happened all the time. This is what we're watching right now.
And it's still not done. I assume Toos will go back, farm up a little bit more, but you'll notice Coop editing his own metal. He's kind of died kind of low overall, very close to what Toos is as well. And he had almost triple, quadruple Toos's match. So you can really see, I would say, experience trumping over aggression right now in the form of Toos, utilizing this bush as well. He doesn't have to use any bells, doesn't have to move. He can just track the sound. That's what he's looking for right now. And eventually, even the body, remember, heavy shotgun, one slug, it can just deal that full damage all the way from across many boxes, but Toos does not find a single shot. While this is all still going down, while we see cars rotating, no one has gone down, Reese. Still 82 players alive.
Yeah, since we started this 82. Actually, a player's just been rebooted. It's now up to 83. So while this fight is going on for that extended period of time, it's actually, in all honesty, the game's just gone up.
Yeah, and the funny part is, whoever wins this fight, it'll still be 83. Afterwards, the reboot will come in too. This map is not moving.
I think we're gonna have like an 80 moving zone. I think we're gonna break Fornite.
They just have unlimited minis that can just survive throughout Surge and then just go straight to Season 1 type endgame. That's where the, you know, blam, blam starts to come out.
Oh yeah,
bang, 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 bang.
That'd be fantastic. Yeah, looking over at this side of the map, however, we see a bunch of our top teams still sitting around in that area. A lot of them above Storm Surge, but Castry and Vortexi have now rotated in all the way down from the power towers, the bottom side of the map that they've dropped in at. I want to know if they're good on Surge, if they're in that situation, because obviously they know a fight's going on here. The shots are connecting with Toos at this point. Like, we know that's happening. We've seen this go back and forth. I'm not surprised about that, but what is happening with Castry? Do they know? Does Coop know that Vortexi is right behind it?
Vortexi doesn't play games either. These guys are not a fan of watching movies. You just have to get in, 5-minute animated short, get out. There's no funny businesses out already. Yeah, Coop, his HP is getting a little bit lower. Vortexi and Castry, that classic pinch is starting to come through, claiming that reboot ban as well. I think these players understand that it's 2 solos now since that ban is boxed up. Nice defense from Vortexi. The spray comes in, and they end the conversation in a mere matter of seconds. That's Coop going down. Toos gets to see another day, but that's a duo with a free pickup and healing.
They are still below Storm Surge after that. Now it is going to be active, which means it's going to be tagging. Toos is fine sitting at the backside while Seti and Chapix are rolling in. So there's 3 different teams coming into this engagement. The map in the bottom right, the third zone's also pulled here, so these guys can just kind of sit here for a little bit. Unless, of course, you're Vortexia, who needs to hit some damage, hit some shots, get himself above the threshold. And I don't think there's an easy target lying around unless you find Toos sitting back in those 900 boxes he built, of course.
Toos is trying. He has enough eliminations already to be a little bit higher on the boards as well, but it is very early. I've never seen Camp Cuddle less adorable ever in my life. Too, it's absolutely ferocious right now on this side of the map. Talk to me about this zone 2. If it's centering up on this island, we have a potential for a full water zone. That makes things very difficult for teams.
Yeah, one of the interesting parts about this is, firstly, there's hills on the north side, so there's going to be some elevation up there. Where they're at right now, a lot of that congested side will be in that east, which will have to make people swim across the water to get there, so it's going to be a little rough.
Absolutely. Look at Sanji right now, 2 down on Surge, all the way over to 30 HP, but he actually makes it happen. 1v2. Bove is down for now. He'll be able to get way back up, but can he survive? Doesn't get to pick up any of those extra shields, really. Just the mats, and now every single player's looking at him. Nova 2, 9 below. He's 1 damage tag, 1 shot. But no, he goes down.
No, Coach Harry, their coach is going to be not so happy about that one at the same time. The planning, unfortunately, didn't go into action at that time. I'm sure the plan was absolutely fantastic. I know my boy would have put in a good plan for them, but the execution just not quite there for the Storm Surge tags. Sometimes just hitting the shots is all that counts, right?
That's all you kind of need to do. I've seen so many players end up missing a few, and then, like, you know, it doesn't seem like a big deal till that number comes in. It's kind of like, you know, you're ordering dinner, you get the receipt at the end, and you're like, oh, that's what all my decisions are amounting to. And Sanji as well, he has a huge bill. He can't pay it. Just watch him cleaning the dishes in the back end.
Unfortunate for him, he goes down. One of our Tilted Towers teams not looking so good from then. A difficult spot to get Surge in when there's not like 4 different teams in that area right now, because usually you're the team who's getting tagged up at the same time. And notice, again, now that we look at the map, this is exactly what I was talking about. The east side becoming super congested, in particular up on top of the hills. The players are trying to get up onto that elevation early, just in case the zone ends up pulling there. But you never know. I'm thinking that next zone, the 4th zone, is going to pull a little over to the east, or sorry, to the west side, and a lot of these players are going to have to potentially even go through the water, which is a really, really rough rotate that you do not want to be making. Players that are already set up hills will just get nice big beams on you if you do that.
Yeah, this is where you kind of wish you had wings, you know what I mean? Just migrate all the way.
Well, Vino does. 2 launch pads coming from the drop spot.
Where do you want to use those, though, right? Because a lot of people just want to save it completely for another portion of the game. Hold up real quick, because Pickle is basically getting juiced right now. This is going to be mucho unfortunate for him for the moment. Meld already down, him as a solo. All the Spider-Man, you know, web shooters are active, but he can't really use them. You're so kind of free inside the air to get shot at. Every single team's looking at this too. You see a big tower falling over and over again, Reese. You're hyper-focused on landing that final shot.
Yeah, okay, so they're in that rough spot. They're up top right now. I'm not sure what he can do, let's be real, at this moment at all. Going back to Sanji just to see exactly what happened there. That was what got him above the Storm Surge threshold of that moment to Malumo. He tried to hit the launch pad. The entire lobby heard it. You asked me the question, Shia, when do you want to use your launch pads? Not there, anyway, at that particular moment. He got stuck way down into the back of the zone. The ideal time really is that first moving, right? When you get into that first moving zone, you're going to be sitting, you're going to use that launch pad to get you to the front side of the zone, and you're going to be absolutely fine there.
This is the POV, the interrupters, I would say, of the region so far, at least in game number 1. Skyzoo, Jocks, 2 different POIs where they've just won fights, and now they're still looking to be on the hunt. I've never seen aggression like this in the semis to start things off in terms of, you know, tactically trying to claim above teams' bases, trying to stay on the move and go from spot to spot, especially staying highly elevated. It costs a few mats. You can already see Skyzoo, basically all the wood is gone. Based in a spot for a refresh entirely. I don't think these guys are going to be able to survive too long, Reese, if they go for the strat.
You got to remember, there's barely any materials to reharvest here, just based on the fight we saw at the start. Every single map was gone from then on out. Good job from them layering up, getting up to a higher layer, as you mentioned. That'll give them that opportunity to launch pad, if they have one, of course. I can't exactly see, for that first moving zone.
You know, Joe, have the 2. This is the Covert Cavern team. They're going to have the best chance, we're talking pre-show, right, to win this first game. That is the condition they're set out for. That's what they want to do. Have to stay clear while doing it. Analyst like Squeeze, though. Bunch of shots. Pig already down, and they have a few more in their sights.
Yeah, and Lex is a team, you know what? I've not been as impressed with him across the whole season. As soon as he started playing with X-Squeeze, though, things started to click a little bit. They won a cash cup. You know, when it came to their off-spawn and condo, that's going to be their biggest issue. But today, that's not really been a problem for them, given that they've not got as many of the biggest teams like Vadil and Reason next to them at the same time. So, you know, they're a lot less difficult off-spawn. Now, that's kind of in their position to thrive. Like, they're expert players. They know how to get Storm Surge. Hopefully, we'll figure out, and we'll figure out at the same time if they can play endgame. We'll decide that after this game. As we move back over to Say in Chapix, who's a POV we've looked at a couple times today. A full western zone for them means that it has been a little bit difficult to get their Storm Surge. Only 63 above at this point.
Yeah, their mental is kind of shared with the rest of the server. There's not even a single duo inside that zone properly. We have that orange one at that bottom right. You can see they're at the top of it. There's a few blues inside as well, but the whole server, as you called, Reese, will have to move.
Well, indeed. As soon as we got, no, that bottom left-hand zone, exactly as I mentioned, that congestion up in the northeast. looking very, very juicy. A lot of the players right here are going to have to figure out, can we launch pad or can we use someone else's launch pad? You see the mythic Spider-Man's web shooters in someone's hands at that moment, and we'll have to see, are they going to decide to use them? They pop the pepper, or are they going to end up one using them, potentially scram, then Refscar walking by foot? No, they both have them, so okay, here we go. The rotation's on, and see if they can hit the max distance.
See what ends up happening. Steady rocking in. Chapwick's on the right side. We'll see how things end up moving. Cam Cuddle, everyone's driving in, flying in. They're all going completely straight for prime position. Cam Cuddle is anything but that right now. People might be box to box, but not going to be happy about it for the moment. Steady Chapwicks have driven all the way up top to a patio. These guys are ready to just wine and dine it out. This is crazy. How is this even allowed? They have one of the best bases there too. Complete opposite side of the map entirely, and they get to roll in on the best prime spot, saving all their mats. Just one truck and a dream. Make it a reality. Look at the scope of the zone 2. Every single box, metal, brick, people all in, and Steady's there with the shots as well. He knows exactly what's going down on the backside. This is what happens when you end up moving early, forcing teams all the way down below. They know exactly who's low, who's going to be desperate for shots. One teammate left by himself, and Steady's ready to strike. Piercing through the walls, Chapwick drops on the right side. This is huge, and there's the knock. Not even finding this position, but getting a full refresh, getting elimination at this point. Steady and Chapwick are playing this perfectly.
That they are veteran players, getting the Storm Surge in that 5th zone. This is the perfect time to do so. This is the time that now they don't have to worry about it during the moving zones, right? They have great positioning, they have great heals, they have great mobility at this point. They have everything that they need, either to go for the victory royale if they need to, or potentially just get deep into the end game, get enough points. They've already managed to accumulate 10 at this moment, which is absolutely fantastic to keep themselves moving up the leaderboards. But here we go, the first moving zone of game number 1 of the semifinals.
Vino and Joe have position and 2 pads still. You mentioned it. It's huge. 108 damage above this wall. They're going to still keep things low, not even building inside this entire house. Remember, this is what we saw Coop set on fire. We started the game here. It was aggressive. It's getting crazy as we keep moving on to. They start to look back. People try to follow their line. Setting now. Low as old. Chapwick is taken out at the exact same time. Skyzoo is there on the bottom side too. Too much interruption in front of all these teams as Chulix ends up taking him out. Joe down, but he didn't have the pads. It was Vino, the duo who were destined to win this game, gets split apart in half, and Vino's having trouble getting off the ground. He gets taken out. A chance at victory, a chance at finals denied. It's X-Squeeze and Andalex on height that make it difficult for any team to move.
This is not the time you want to be taking high ground, though. This is way too early when it comes to these reboot-style games where the victory royale will qualify you through to that moment, because what you got to remember is a lot of the players in the lobby are going to be looking to take high ground because they know that is the position for them to pick up the victory royale.
X-Squeeze Andalex looking really good right now, just staying away from everyone, staying away from the chaos. And it also goes downhill, pressuring teams even more. You got to watch your footing. It gets rough.
Okay, at the same time, backside his own, Refsguard left as a solo losing scram at this exact moment. He's got the heals, but he's only down to Wood, which is a clear sign to the rest of the lobby that he is weak and he should be shot, but he's doing such a great job of getting to the front side of the zone and keeping away from everyone else.
Dodges every single shot, absolutely, and gets inside one of the wooden boxes that he built himself. 12 bulls left, so that's just a few more to go. 3 different positions. He can kind of hunker down himself, but you see Janice and Vortex also kind of going for height. What happened? Those high ground leaders, where's X-Squeeze, where's Andalex? Not sure if they ended up going down, but now we have one of the most aggressive duos that are so good at closing out games, holding off one of the best positions overall. If they get the win, they get to move. Andalex, X-Squeeze, push down towards the ground, eating dirt, but at the same time, surviving. No mats on the other side. X-Squeeze now low, has to get a few more shields up, but there's invaders inside their boxes. It's not looking good. Andalex with the back shot, and then once again a pickaxe swing from X-Squeeze. They're desperate. It's still not enough. Down to nothing in front of duos. They had height, but they go down.
As Vortex still up on the high ground, up above, trying to spray that down to the lobby down below. This just reminds me of the qualifier to the final game where they popped off 10 elimination victory royale, and they're looking to reverse it, do it in game number 1.
Genesis Vortex calm now up on high. You got to remember, if you're in this position, yes, you want to be milking elims if it's a consistency type format. They still kind of are, but the win inside these semifinals also sends you straight to the finals. You don't even have to play for the rest of the day. Swilliam and Lecce have made it through such a grueling process in their POI as well. Chonker Speedway is no stranger to disaster, to fighting, and right now they're going to be matless completely, also looking to keep their game alive. A low ground position is also one you can win from, but they need a huge refresh right now. They can't hear, can't see anything, dropping down to the final layer.
Yeah, if we're going to bet on anyone to get a 50-50 hit the shots, it's going to be Lecce and it's going to be Swilliam. Swilliam, one of the best aimers on the Asia region before he came over to EU. Lecce, one of the biggest, but no, he's going to go down, leaving Swilliam as a solo back to his own, and he's going down to the low ground masters of Kinzel and Disiptos.
Eviscerated, and we'll have Disiptos and Kinzel waiting there too. Janus Vortex here as well. This could just be a finals game lobby with the who's who of Fortnite inside. Center Rayet inside the mid-ground as well. 6 teams, and you can kind of feel the pressure. Not a single AR shooting, not a SMG rattle inside. It's just shotguns left and right. This is absolutely disastrous for a lot of teams who are matless. But Disiptos and Kinzel are still moving through. They find the front side of the zone. They're looking really nice. Pressure on the right side. That's Fury on their walls. Disiptos, though, taking crucial damage to claim all this land. That's going to be fine for him. Janus and Vortex are trying now to find a little bit of a say inside this conversation. Lusha and Fury right above ahead. A river in the way of Disiptos and Kinzel as well. They got the med mist popping too. This is still getting close. 4 teams now as we see Rayad go down. It's Vortexia raining fire from above.
Kinzel Disiptos now down to 0 materials each. 1 build actually onto Disiptos. 1 work that he can work with from here on out. But at this moment, I've seen him clutch up already in the qualifiers a bigger match than this. But the zone's about to pull uphill. The high ground teams will have the advantage. That single wood build place, the spray starting to come up to the players up above. But no, Lucia just has enough.
Big edit from Fury, though. That's going to be a huge interruption. Disiptos down. All of the Kinzel. Shot from the backside. Lusha gets it. But who's on high ground? It's Vortex. It's Janus. They've been waiting. Time on their side. It's still a 2v2. No knocks yet. Fury is going to get a few builds up. Is it him by himself, though? Yes. Lusha is actually down. 2v1. Janus and Vortex. A ticket straight to the finals. Alive. Thriving for them right now. All they need to do is wait this out. I do not see Fury anywhere. They have so much time for the moment. Where can he run? Is he going to strike is the question. A wall put down. Fury is still in the storm. Here's his last leg. A chance at possibly the biggest shot of his career, but it's going to be absolutely denied. Vortex and Janus went out that first game.
Absolutely no surprise at all. One of the most veteran teams in the lobby of Janus with the newcomer, the up-and-comer of Vortex. Ready to pop off, a team who should have performed so long ago in the FNCS, in my opinion. Game number 1 of the semi-finals of FNCS, already punching their tickets straight through to the finals.
Yeah, don't even call it last minute. This just feels like they were flexing a bit, trying things out in the qualifiers, and really showed us here when everything is actually on the line, they know exactly how to perform.
Yeah, and you know, I kind of called it. If the mentality was right, if the momentum was there, they were going to be so ready to pop off, and that's exactly what's just happened. Fornite community, thank you.
Reese and Shy Wager, thank you so much for that first game here of day 1 of semi-finals. My goodness, Reese's prediction, of course, Janus and Vortex. Reese, it makes me so upset. Anytime you do this, you're like, oh yeah, Zeke, well, you want to talk predictions? Of course. You start throwing names around to just distract me, right? To just get my little goldfish mind moving around and be like, oh yeah, no, that's a good team. And then you just casually, after everyone makes their picture, like, oh yeah, just Janus and Vortex. I don't know. I'm just pulling a couple duo just names out of a hat. Like, I don't know. He does this every time, Levin. Every time.
Look, Janus and Vortex, one of the strongest duos. Look, I said it around 4th zone. I think when 5th popped, I said in our production chat, spoiler alert, they're going to win the game. Because at that point, you know, when you've watched how they play, at that point, they had gotten a refresh in the feed. It was just over from that point onwards. These guys know everything they need to do. They have all the fundamentals of a top team. Like Reese said, it was surprising that they were at this stage because they have looked impressive at moments. And of course, now they'll get to show that off in the finals. Congratulations for winning that first game.
Yeah, and I mean, Janus, somebody whose name is synonymous with not only being in the finals, but winning them in a lot of circumstances. So, not surprised they were able to take it over. And in fact, can confirm he did prediction. He did predict it. He has the receipts in the chat there. Even wrote it down. It wasn't just like calling it out over the side. He made sure he was like, yep, put a timestamp on it. Levin called it.
Yeah.
There were so many duos in this. Just game 1, right, that we're just falling left and right. I think back to that early game fight, Thomas HD versus Dino. Not going the way I would have anticipated it going. But you know, this is just going to happen, right? A lot of nerves here in this first game and in the semifinals specifically. Tayson gets the rough end of this initial fight. But, you know, we're going to see these kinds of things happen, right, Levin? I mean, this moment in the qualifying run, essentially, right, where they have to pull something. They have to put the pieces together, and they have to kind of change the total flow of how they're playing their game. Semifinals and qualifiers, they're just played similarly, but honestly very different.
Look, Sundown, you said it best, right, in the green room. Look, it's rough watching two of probably the most talented Fortnite players ever whiffing shots off spawn like that. And the big thing is, Joe and Vino, right, going on after that game, after winning that fight, I'm sure Tayson Toast will be like, you guys won the fight, you didn't even win the game. Like, we gave you your one chance to actually go out there and win. Now we're going to hop back in and get the rematch of that one. And so if it doesn't go Joe and Vino's way, I'm sure they will be really regretting that one, because that was a golden opportunity.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get many opportunities where some of the better players in the game just straight up don't hit their shots. And now you can see as we flip over, some of the better players in the game taking that game number one there, Zeke with Guild Janus and Focus Vortex in the Victory Royale spot.
Absolutely, Sundown. And I think, too, a lot of these names we saw in this final zone, right, I kind of think about Fury, right, coming in that second place, almost getting themselves the Victory Royale. But remember, Fortnite fam, you guys watching at home, Victory Royales will auto-qualify you in the finals, but that doesn't mean that it's over, right? We're still playing for series points, and at the end of the 5 games, your top 6 will move on through. So right now, even with that leaderboard, you see a lot of these players after just game 1, they're in a good spot. This is a good start, but it's still not enough. I think about, like, Swilliam, right? Swilliam and Lecce. We saw them. We kind of talked about them in Qualifier 1 and 2. They haven't really done too much, but they're still making an end game, right? Like, the competition is just full of talented duos. And I think what better storyline, Sundown, than Swilliam coming over from the Asia region and being like, hey, what's up? I'm in finals now, too. What's going on? Nice to be here.
Yeah, I think anybody playing across region, it's always an interesting challenge. And in a format where all it is to win a game and then it's making end games and consistency points, there's a lot to be playing for. But one thing I want to note is the development in reboot round style games where the winner ends up going through. Before, we used to see a ton of floppers, a ton of heals, and everyone playing the heal offs. It seems like we've shifted a bit away from that.
Man, I see. I like this topic, and we're going to touch on this more after this next game, but for right now, we're going back into all the action. Reese, Shy Wager, back over to you.
Thank you so much, Zeke. Levin, and Sundown does have a little bit of a fact there, right, Reese? That game, I mean, there was no kind of heal-off type thing. It was very serious all the way towards the end.
You got to remember that with the recent changes, not that long ago, obviously this season, the zones are now extended. So are you really going to be able to heal off? The only times that you can really prep for that is if zones pull back and back and back, and you're really lucky, so you don't have to waste those materials to keep building on through. So we're probably, I don't want to say we're probably not gonna, because there's been a good few heal offs this season, but it's unlikely that will be the main strategy to win a game. I'm thinking it's just going to be high ground.
Yeah, I think the opposite to heal off would then just be damage on 24/7, right? You always gotta find these things to say. But what also kind of hit me like a wet cloth in the wind right now, Reese, is the fact that we only have 5 games. Depending on how you do your math, we're almost halfway there, right? Game 2.5 overall is kind of where you want to be looking at. This game is where, you know, teammates and teams are going to be like, is it working? Are things not working? Is there time to readjust in this type of format?
Firstly, I do not want to see what your maths grades are like at all. We don't have much time to figure out because game 2 is ready right now.
Game number 2, if you made mistakes, if you had that 50-50, a second chance possibly to stay inside the same line completely. The second chance to try to go for a win or stay consistent. For Joe and Thomas HD, it's the fight I'm kind of alluding to. They're on the same glide path again. Joe slightly slower, and Thomas with a huge glide all the way in, but he does find a fishing rod. Unfortunately, first this is going to be rough. Chest kind of hit, but it's going to be Vino by himself, and now it'll be a 1v2.
That just shows how important those drops are. If you've not mastered that drop map, it doesn't matter how much you potentially bought a dropping map, you have to practice it. You have to make sure you have the golden plan down, because Thomas HD and Tayson are going to be in there practicing. They're not going to be guys who are looking to miss out on an FNCS finals because they do not know how to land on a gun.
Most definitely. I'm looking at the feed too to see which other players are making it in or out, because this fight might last a while. Kylie getting a nice little elimination. But expect him and Fastroki to honestly make it through today. You always have that one off duo win. You know, the high ground retake or like the surprising. Where were they the whole time? It's always Fastroki, man. He's just there somehow. Invisible demon.
Yeah, and like Stroky's made basically every FNCS finals of the last year. Actually, no, he did make everyone. He came third in the Chapter 2 Season 8 with CRR and Aqua as well. Like, a really, really talented player that I feel like I just doesn't get enough credit. And as I say that, like, I don't know enough about him because I don't give him enough credit personally.
I try to know more about him, but just like watching his gameplay more so than everyone else. I'm looking at some craziness though. Okay, splash saved. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know where that auto shotgun came from, but at the perfect time.
Yeah, that's another one. I mean, I'm not going to put numbers up, but that's 2-0 to Splash.
Aquan and Noah Riley's doing something different, right? Especially in duos. You talk about duos, Noah Riley, Vidil, Reason, that type of trio. We would expect that they would have the utmost aggression, the utmost success in a format that, you know, you have more fights in. You have a little bit more dynamicism.
You say that, but the other part of that trio is already qualified. They've already made it. You know, they've already punched their ticket straight through to the finals already. So it seems to just be Noah right now that is struggling. Well, actually, Andrea and Flois are. There was one.
Yeah. A little bit of struggle all the way around, but with Skyzoo down inside this game. I mean, he had 4 eliminations coming in to game number 1. Very different for a lot of people around these POIs. Flois with the beam, too. I know that him and Andretta aren't as aggressive. Jox actually goes down off that. That's crazy, but this will be a quieter game for a lot of duos here on the north side.
I got really excited there because we saw the third-party spray from what I'm almost guaranteeing would have been Ref's Garden Scram as they drop on the Shell or High Water over to the west side of that, and they'll be sitting up on the hill. They'll be third-party in this fight right now. And I saw the bullets come through, and I was like, oh, that elimination's not theirs, it's been taken. But no, they do manage to get both of them, which is going to be great points, especially considering Andrea and Flois went down off spawn in game number 1.
So what are teams who are looking to qualify to just the top 6 doing right now differently from the VR boys who are just looking to win the game?
I mean, realistically, like, I use this word every day, every broadcast, but the consistency is what matters. Like, if you're a team like Ref's Garden Scram, they're not game winners, right? At all. I actually checked. They've only won 1 game in a set lobby ever. Right? So
what?
Yes. And going back, and I think that was with Stompy when they were playing with them.
Yeah, and they've had like second place runs, they've had like top 5s and stuff, so yes. That's crazy to think about.
Yes, so very much so not game winners. That doesn't mean they're not winners overall, right? Mm-hmm. They're fantastic players, and guys like these aren't playing for high ground, right? They're playing that low, they're playing that mid, they're making sure that they can consistently get deep into end games, get those, well, basically rack up the placement points, get the eliminations as you need them, and not be overly aggressive. The players who are going for wins, they're making risky plays, they're taking fights, they're diving into boxes, they're taking the height, they're getting front zone, just spraying high. It doesn't matter. Like, you're going to see a really difference in the cadence in which the teams play.
That clash will definitely just make, you know, very interesting things happen, because all the time that, you know, that we watch FNCS quals and even finals, everyone has kind of attraction to playing consistently or maybe going for the VR, but over here you can really see the differences actually clash side by side in terms of talking about finals appearances as well. Analyx and Squeeze, who are on screen right now, they've been around more than everyone else. I feel like Analyx near season 6 of Chapter 2 started to get his flowers as well in terms of like people realizing, wait a minute, this guy's absolutely insane. Like, we should be looking at the way he plays, you know, him, Nate as well. How are these guys actually here every single time? I feel like this season I've seen them struggle the most though when it comes to duos.
I mean, I feel like the last year and this time has been the time we've seen them struggle, right? Like, Analyx, you know, we all of last year set Analyx up as like the day 2 guy or the second half guy, where he would pop off in that second half, but the first half would just be kind of shambles, and that kind of reigned true realistically. Nearly every FNC's finals, he clutched up big time. I'm trying to figure out what that's actually. You know that I think about that. That's even been the same with the Cash Cups now, because the first 3 Cash Cups he didn't make it to the finals, and then the other half he's won one. I think it's like a 10th and a 3rd as well. So it's like maybe this is. But when does this start for FNCS? Is this now? Is the semifinals the time that they're about to shine? They're about to pop off, or is that going to be a finals day 2 where we're going to see them place middling, kind of like they have towards the end of last season's trios?
I feel like they're a duo, or Intellect specifically as a player as well, is someone who needs control, right? I feel like when you're in duos, it's a lot harder to get, having one less teammate, having the drop switched up completely as well. You saw the struggle that Intellect had at the start of the season when, a new map dropped out completely too. There's definitely questions that need to be answered. There is a time that these guys end up turning up. It should be right now. Getting in early, claiming a drop before everyone else inside finals as well, that'll be huge for people's success.
But with Andlex, let's be real. Firstly, they're not claiming that drop spot because they're trying to go condo. Reason for deal already there. They're not going to budge. They're not going to leave. Almost no chance of that at all. There's also another team that's already looking to contest them there as well, which is Hook and Zestin, who they've already fought, who've really been good in that drop spot. So I actually think Andlex, the team's the worst off spawn when it comes to that condo. Great team, but they're just fighting some demons right now.
Absolutely, just in the gym trying to work it out. It's gonna be tough, but if there is a team that can do it, it's always XW's and Andlex.
100%.
I mean, 20 finals is the stat speaks for itself, right? So they are definitely in the business. I'm loving just the overall ambiance of the semifinals, though. A lot of the times, game 2 is where things tend to go a little bit crazy. People are like, all right, off spawn, I went down, it's time to go. Just bazingo mode on everyone. Just end up diving into boxes. I want to go from Sleepy and just go into Clover Cavern and see what's happening there too. We have one game of things to work with, but right now everyone's playing it close to the chest.
I think Thomas and Tayson might be that team, though. I think he might be speaking a bit too early, right? They managed to obviously win the off-spawn. So they have the double launch pad. We're seeing one on Thomas, which means the other one's on Tayson. Look at the inventory that we have on them right now. Like, absolutely stacked to the gills. And they're making a smart play. They're rotating to Greasy Grove. That is smart, because you got to remember, our previous game winner, Janice and Vortex, they dropped Greasy Grove. So this probably means that a bunch of teams who don't know this drop spot have moved here. They've switched over. Less experienced teams in this area. So Thomas, HD, and Tayson can rotate through the dead side, come here, and pick on some of these teams who probably don't know this spot as well.
They kind of remind me of mall cops right now. They end up just getting too close to your car sometimes when they're driving in the parking lot. Plus, like, they're just trying to wonder what you're doing. Like, bro, I'm shopping. It's a mall.
You're making me uncomfortable, man.
Like, hey, it's mid-game. I'm refarming. Like, there's nothing going on here. Just play your game. Look at your loadout. Like, you're strapped up. You're looking good. The moped's nice. Just go about your day. I'm a customer.
Yeah, that's the kind of feeling that, see, I'm not a driver, so that's that feeling when I go into a shop and I walk in like I want to buy something. And then I'm like, I don't want to buy anything. So I walk out and I have that awkward feeling where people are looking at me because I've not bought it. It's the exact same thing.
Definitely there. So we'll see who else these guys end up questioning inappropriately, I guess. Just, unprovoked. Yeah, hopefully appropriately. Unprovoked is the word, though, yeah. And meanwhile, you talk about, the consistency we're looking at. Restguard Scram. I mean, first game, whatever they did, got them towards kind of 9th place overall. I like that. If you're doing like a stay-in top 10 performance, you got to remember, 5 teams are leaving. So that would leave you at top 5 if you just played 10th place kind of consistently overall. I know it's a little bit of mental math, and my math was shot at the start of this entire game, so I'm trying to make up for it, you know what I mean, with some intellectual knowledge.
I feel it. The thing is, they also came 9th in Qualifier 1, which was 1 away from the qualification slot. So if history was to suggest anything, right now they're primed for a 7th, which I hope not, because I want to see Refsguard and Scram in the finals.
That's true. But 9th in a format where 5 teams are gone, that's 4th overall, so...
But were those 5 teams the teams who would be up there on the leaderboard, or are they teams who just picked up 1 victory right now?
That is true. I didn't think of that. Maybe I'm just,
This is why I did good in math in school, and Jayo, so you said this is the halfway point.
See, you've got the application portion of the test locked down. Me, I look at it and I flip the page to the next page and be like, I can't answer these either. End up just flipping the test page for 2 hours and then just circling random things. But, we're here. We made it.
We've all been there. Notice in the bottom right-hand corner, we're going to see the map right now. This is another south zone, southwest in particular. So we've already noticed Thomas HD and Tayson are in this location. They're fully on the dead side with a ton of their surge picked off. And this isn't enough. They're still trying to pick on other teams who are around them to try and ensure that they are up above. Look how careful they're being too, right? You can see that Tayson's obviously going to speak right there to the AI, the bot that's in there, because it gives him chili chug splashes if you manage to get enough gold from the utilization of the vault. I'm trying to remember. The vault. There we go. There's a word. There we go. Easy to mess them up. So they got the vault from the drop spot, moved on here, got the chili chug splashes. To me, 2 launch pads, probably 12 chili chug splashes in the inventory split across the 2. This just smells of high ground.
It also just smells of being rich, and although that's a good thing right now, I'm going somewhere with this. It's a good thing right now, right, at this portion of the game, look what happened to Joe and Vino. They kind of got Robin Hooded by the entire server, right? Everyone just kind of picked their pockets apart. They had too many things to think of. So I like the fact that Thomas and Tayson are still kind of playing how they are. You mentioned it, right? That type of aggressive variety, the game 2 silliness of just pushing random hills, going for aggressive positions. Maybe Joe Vino last game got a little bit overwhelmed with the inventory they had. I want to see the power definitely that Thomas HD and Tayson have in their inventory be utilized. Them still playing like the Thomas and Tayson we love.
I think we're going to see that, no doubt. You know, they're playing smart. They're playing on the dead side. Every position, every rotation is calculated right now. Like, this is a game plan. This isn't a team that we saw earlier on in the season of these guys where they were just playing a little bit. They hadn't put in the practice. They hadn't got the strats down. This is where these guys absolutely thrive. Season 7, remember back to Tayson. Horrible season for them, quite frankly. But when it came to the semifinals, dominant performance. 2 out of 6 games won, clutched massively, and then ended up, I was going to say winning, I'm getting ahead of myself, coming 3rd in the finals as well. So it was like, when it mattered, Tayson can perform. And Thomas HD is exactly the same thing. That's why, like, I'm so confident. I said it from Qualifier 1 that Tayson and Thomas HD will qualify.
Definitely. Well, right now, Skyscraper getting chopped down. Timber, but it's metal that's being just picked apart. Vortexia, once again, him and Castery, absolute nuisance, but this is a multi-layered Exponentia. This is going to be a little bit of a Uno reverso for Vortexia and Castery. Another team below them as well. Ended up chopping them out. That's Clement and Floki, who are now alive and not fighting off of spawn. We get to see their trap-making prowess. Ever seen a trap on, you know, another trap just completely sprung completely? That's just, I don't know, only in EU type stuff that happens.
Only in EU, indeed. But obviously, like, Vortexia and Castery, they've been a nuisance today. You know, they've been the guys who've been rotating in. Like 2 eliminations so far in this game. We saw at least 2 in the previous game as well when they rotated into Camp Cuddle. But now Vortexia losing Castery, not great. You know, not great for his setup at all. This late into the game, if he's going to have to try and get a reboot, he's going to have to go into the zone. He's going to have to probably move somewhere else to get something up. As we switch over to Kane and Cruel, some of the best Cash Cup players from this particular season below Storm Surge. Maybe it's just because they aren't as experienced in a lobby of this caliber.
Experience makes you just be a little bit more comfortable, makes you not as panicky when you're moving around. Kane Cruel, that panic seems to step in. Unfortunate 2 different times of opportunities for Kane to get a box. He does not, and now the pressure just collapses on him from all around. This is going to be trouble. Cruel already down, and now Kane is also out. That's going to be free for Tyson and Schmecky. They were not even expecting to get all that surge, all this loot, but here we are. Sometimes you get gifted, sometimes you put on defense, and you end up coming out ahead.
That's going to be huge for them. Remember, these guys have been fighting off spawn. We saw some of the kind of awkwardness in the previous game going up against Murstache Malabuka. They won that off spawn this time, so they've managed to do huge things, pick up more. They're chilling for the end game. Moving back, there's the replay of Vortexia now. Yeah, this is him inside the 1v2. This is against Floki and Clement, and does he get at least one before he goes down? No, he's eliminated completely. Lots of damage, though. And you can see the difference in pressure, Reese, right? Kane, he's put on the back foot. Yes, he might have missed a few shots, but he didn't end up doing any damage at all. Vortexia, meanwhile, 1v2, he ends up almost taking out one entirely. Even at kind of their elim beds completely, these players are absolutely ferocious. Yeah, they're causing a carnage to the lobby, right? If you get near them, if you're coming close to Vortexia, like, he has the aim, right? You know, he is a controller player. He manages to utilize that to the finest. If you get close to him, if you're in a 1-box perimeter, he's going to hit the shots. He's going to tear you down and do a bunch of damage, as we've already seen. Switching over to Resguard and Scram, who are in a great position. Unlike Nako and Dan, a team who've done super well this season, but not this particular game because they've been on that late rotate. They're getting held by what seems like 50% of the lobby.
I'm liking this. At the top, you have consistency reigning true with Resguard Scram. Bottom right, setting Chapix, looking for any opportunity to really start to pop off. They don't really have a foot in either VR or consistency category. Then you have Tayson and Thomas, who are looking for that win. 3 definite, very different mentalities of approach when it comes to playing this zone in Rocky Reels. Tayson and Thomas, nice high point right now. They're going to have to move. I like the fact that they have a launch pad on either teammate too. Depending on who goes down, the other one's going to end up clutching.
Yeah, I don't think this is the time they want to use it. I'm not a veteran player, let's be real. But at this point, they're trying to spray out those players up on high ground, get some distraction going, get some of the other eyes focused on them. Because there's not actually that many players around them, right? They're on the dead side, they're going to pop the Chili Chug Splash, they're going to get to that front side. This should be an easy rotate, in particular with the new sliding mechanic here. Going downhill, even just utilizing a little bit of your wood, a little bit of the brick, something that you can re-harvest here. They're opting for metal, of course. no problem, because you can get it back. You're just in that safe rotation. Now all they need to worry about is getting in to that 5th zone when it pops up, mate.
Looks really good. Let's see exactly how Refsguard actually ends up using the pressure he had before. This is him actually abusing timing as well. Naku and Dan move so late. They just pick one apart as Dan goes down momentarily after the frack on the other side. Now you're looking at timing as well. Thomas HD Tayson, move early, moving fast. Yes, it's a little bit risky. You end up using a few more mats, but you're there now. For everyone else, 14 seconds still left. Refsguard and Scram need to move.
Can say at that same time, Nico and Dam are a mid-map team. They managed to struggle get into a relatively close zone for them, not the closest, whereas Scram, alongside Refsguard, veteran players, almost a max distance zone for them, and they understand rotation timings. They understand that they have to get to that full south side early, and look, there's the absolute result of that. Easy eliminations for them.
I'm looking at Analytics Squeeze now. Love these vehicle-type rotations and the whiplash with the chonkers, but now it's too high to fly past that low barrier. Analytics just free builds and moves. And in the backside, he's just taking shots at everyone. Is he even allowed to play like this? This is crazy. Absolutely naked on height. That should not be possible.
You can do whatever you want. You're an absolute veteran. We saw there, however, X-Squeeze's HP was extremely low at the same time. Seems like they managed to get themselves a great position in that earlier zone. They're already going for high ground, whereas Seti and Chapix, a team right now who's going on the low, trying to get those beams, trying to get the shots, and play for low.
Yeah, low on everything, too. Look at the threshold on the right side, 36. And just like the temperature it would be, it's getting a little bit too cold for them right now, freezing almost. They need to really start to heat up and land a few more shots for action. His feet showing off on those lower builds right there. And Seti just knows. He just has complete awareness of every team around him. And now with Coop down 2, he sees it in the feed. He goes back to frack and tries to get a few more shots into Fury on the bottom side. Is pressuring that duo. Chavic's now finally beside. It looks like these two have been on very separate adventures, gotten a lot of damage off of it, and now are finally ready to move. But so is every other team around them. Fraction now box to box with them. This is going to be huge if they get this refresh. They don't have zone just yet either, so they have about 10 seconds to get ready and done with this fight. Then they have to move. Any more time than that, Reese, this is going to be absolute trouble.
Yeah, see the tarp the Seti made? He pre-tarped his way into zone to give himself the space to work with. Imagine he hadn't built this. This would have been freshly built as they tried to rotate in, and the rest of the lobby would have had their eyes on it. This has allowed them to go for this elimination onto frack, manage to get some damage off, and this should be it. Yes, that's going to be it.
Time, though. 15 seconds till they have to move, and they're also still deliberating on what loot to get. They don't even get the elimination. That was Vove. From a complete other different box, all the time they invested. They don't get the siphon, they don't get the points, but they do have the mats. That being said, 1 second left. Yes, they'll be towards the close side, but they've been completely blind as to what's going on above them. Seti builds a few boxes, understands it takes the lay of the land. He knows that the right side is a little bit free right now, and yes, they start to move. Now, from the top side, though, Chapix gets beamed on the backside. This is not going to be an easy rotation, but finally, they find some shelter. Going to be delayed here as he has to heal.
Even if they make it into this rotation, that's a lot of materials used, almost 0 brick onto Seti at this point, and they're not going to be able to harvest that back at any point, which means they're going to have to go for a refresh at some point soon.
Absolutely. Look at Refsguard's move, though, on the bottom left. 3 thwips, and he's already in. That's going to be huge. Scram beside him. I'm looking at this team and seeing exactly how they're going to navigate that low ground. Meanwhile, Andalex, yes, he drove in. He looked free, but a little bit of jail time, some punishment for X-Squeeze right now because he is down, and it's all up to Andalex now.
Yeah, that's why you have to shadow players in duos, right? X-Squeeze with the duo, you have to stay so close. If you don't, if you're separated, players can take advantage of that. They can box you. They can pick you up like that. Andalex managed to do such a good job of getting up there, but without X-Squeeze.
Every team is struggling, though. Kinzel down for now. Kefi, who's usually in and always shadowing his duo, split it apart. He's gone. Jamsud down to Slove. All these survivors we're used to seeing in the mid-ground, in these endgames, they are not making it there, Reese.
They're not survivors, but Seti and Chapix right now thrivers in the lobby. Hopefully with a launch pad, but I highly doubt it given the fact that they made that shabby rotate before. The Chili Chug splashes in the inventory, and here we go. Here's the above view, the plan view of everything that we need to see. The launch pads coming out. Thomas, HD, and Tayson, the team with 2 launch pads. The team with the Chili Chug splashes from that fantastic rotate get themselves into a good position. This launch pad will take them to the front side of zone. Let's see if they go for the high ground play or not.
So many different decisions on where to actually base up. They want to be ahead of the zone, but at the same time, there's so many people all the way at the front side who are already claiming the land inside the sand. Thomas HD just bases up slightly, but so much damage already taken. He has a few minis to get all the way back up and up beside Tayson as well. You talk about shadowing. It's pretty dark inside this box. Both teammates side by side. It's looking real good.
It is the Chili Chug Splash pop. They're going to start to try stagger a little bit here, wait for the zone to catch up so they can use that increased movement speed to get themselves up the front side of zone, similar to Ref's Guard and Scram here on the full dead side. 5 below the Storm Surge on moving zones. You're going to have to start to make a play to get inside the box. The spray starts to come out, and here we go. Are the crosshairs going to be placed on the head? Are they going to hit the shots, or are they going to be dwindled down to the Storm Surge?
They're just like spinning tops around inside this storm, completely lost, can't even land a single shot, but Ref's Guard finds it when it matters most. Down and out though before they get to that crucial placement towards the end game. Who is it on top? Who is controlling the lobby? It's Andy all the way on high ground, and they are looking good.
Clutch King, we got to remember back to Chapter 2 Season 7, the high ground was won in absolutely incredible fashion by them, but Thomas HD and Tayson are now looking for it. Look at the sideline, look at the vision. They're propping the launch pad, they're going for it, but no, they didn't manage to actually get all the way up. Such a good control from Ziandi alongside Alex Scott to hold things down, so now Thomas HD and Tayson are going to have to reevaluate that plan.
Stuffed and denied. Andy, though, is a little bit too high, so yeah, they're going to try to go all the way back down. See the pad, too, that a lot of teams might be able to reuse, and there's a sneaky boy going straight all the way up for height. Who is it? Who is trying to claim this high ground right now? It's a complete build fight all the way towards the top. Big shot, 71-27 to respond as well. Andy is looking good on the defense. This high ground is untouchable. Slove dropped all the way back down to mid. Chased by Andy, he's mad. He's still going for complete control. Still has a few shots for mid-range as well. This man can do it all. He's got 4 arms while he's playing, but 2 get chopped down as that build goes away. Andy still is all in now. 7 builds. He needs this refresh. Zygot is nowhere to be found for the moment. He's facing the whole lobby by himself.
It's a mechanical masterclass from Ziandi and Alex Head up on high ground, but Moss, you can see using the Spider-Man to swing all up, but down on the mid-ground, Tayson HD, Tayson is down, leaving Thomas HD by himself to clutch up. If Ziandi is one of the guys who can clutch, Thomas HD is absolutely one of the other names you've got to put up there to pick up a victory royale as a solo.
What happened to the zone? I see Irizumi and Belucio on the backside gone. I see all of the height things that we built up completely shot down. It's Mosh now by himself, who's just trying to maybe make this a win. Thomas HD has a chance for that clutch too.
And do hear Mosh up on the high ground as a solo, trying to spray down below another solo. The game of solos. I thought we were watching duos. 0 build left to his name, but look at the inventory, the weapons, the firepower that he has with the aim. Yes, that's going to be an elimination down to the player down below.
That's 1 for Thomas HD. Mosh all the way on height. He's still running shots down. Thomas now on mid-ground still with just 4 builds. Mid-air shotgun shot. This man hits the hard shots. 2 armored walls. 2 builds. He makes the most out of it. Most important fight now on the left side. He does not control any of the builds. Thomas HD is still looking for the pressure. He's still going, and Clownski is down. Thomas makes it happen, but no, it's Mosh that actually grabs all the pressure from Putrick up on the top side. It's Toots and Putrick out of nowhere who take the fight all the way on the top rope and get it. 5 different teams. They seem to be the only duo alive right now and are looking healthy, but mats for everyone are dwindling thin. Thomas HD is all the way on low. He needs this Elam fast. Time is not on his side. Trapped now. Yes, his other team opponent actually needs to know that he needs to go up. It's Clement. No Floki. He's down 2 inside the storm. Thomas HD. 3 teams alive. 2 solos, 1 duo for the moment. He's trying to just stay away from any of the action. He does not want to be the focus of anyone right now. Has the builds, just 1 box to use, and maybe a ramp afterwards. No more armored walls. Can't even hear who is where around him, taking some zone damage already. He tries to get ahead, but that's his final mats. The gold won't help you here, my friend. You need to land those shots. He has to go for first, maybe even second for the moment, but things are looking absolutely disastrous. Thomas HD is by himself, and he can't find anyone. The GPS is off. The lights are completely down. Thomas has no idea where to go. Inside someone else's box, and he does not get that elimination. This will do everything for Putrick and Twos to know exactly they need to drop down. What a formulaic win for them. An absolutely great takeover and a cool VR for game number 2.
That is massive, but you know, that's going to be huge for all the Camp Cuddle teams. That's 1 more out there. Poos and Tutrick, who we saw have a, let's be real, very questionable fight in game number 1 that dragged out. No issues with that in game number 2. Clinical high ground retake towards the end of the 3rd move-in zone. And of course the victory royale, and pick it straight through to the finals.
They have been bullied for like 2 months, I feel like, playing this game. And off of that win, they finally have some happiness. Big ups for those guys for getting that win.
Yeah, that's absolutely huge for them, like I mentioned. I'm interested to see that drop spot in the next game as well. Look, there's only so much that we can say. Let's throw it back to the desk, see what they've got to say about it.
Oh, we got so close to the solo clutch from Thomas HD. My goodness. 11 casually in the back when I was like, oh wait, is Tayson down? You're like, yeah, Thomas HD's by himself. He's gonna slow clutch. Watch. So close, I just cannot believe how incredible Thomas HD is, right? We've been watching him all last year, right? Continue to develop and hone his skills. We've known for a long time that when it comes to just raw aim ability, technical prowess, the ability to absolutely just roll people, he's capable of. But now, especially here, Levin, when that difficulty is just that much harder, the pressure is just that much more, he's almost taking away victory royales.
Yeah, he's in his element here, right? This is where he can just rely on his individual talent to carry him through. And look, this is the first time Thomas and Tayson haven't auto-qualified to a final, right? So you can see he's taking it personally. He came out there and was absolutely on one. And look, obviously wasn't able to get the victory royale in the end, but if this is a sign of how he's going to continue to play throughout things, it's going to be a very, very quick session for them, I'll tell you that much.
And that's a lot of points. Don't forget the top 6 teams who don't end up getting a victory royale will end up going through to the finals. So despite the fact they weren't able to snag the ticket right then and there, they're still going to feel pretty good about that. That's going to rocket them up the leaderboard a significant amount. And if Tayson doesn't kind of get randomly picked, they're in a much better situation there.
I know. I feel like if they had just been together, right? And we talk about this like solo clutch factor, and in trios it was a lot more difficult, right? 1v3, but now 1v2, especially when you're someone like Thomas, these things can actually go in the way of the solo. But we can't forget other duos popping off here. We also had people like Andalex, right, who just were absolutely terrorizing the lobby here. It's crazy how they're able to come in and just completely shift the dynamic of a game, right? They just show up, and because they just exist, because his name is just Andalex, you see his name show up in the feed one time, and immediately you have to think, okay, wait, he's around. Is he on my layer? Is he a high ground player? Did he pick up elimination near me? I mean, Levin, there's just so many factors. This shark is just ready to try and find those eliminations.
Seeing Andalex and Thomas being able to just run around as solos wreaking havoc, it is honestly Fortnite heritage there. Like, this is what it's all about if you're someone who's been following FN Comp for a while, because these two are two of the most talented players. And, you know, a lot of the things I said about Thomas just a second ago, you can apply to Andalex. Very much out here, you know, really looking to just show off his prowess, show why he's considered one of the best players to play this game.
And again, I mean, you want to talk about veterans going all the way through. We haven't even talked about the players who ended up walking away and then winning the match with that brilliant high ground take and coming through. The pair of veterans just able to run it down right from the top. Toos and Patrick. I mean, you saw just the chaos that happened up on the high ground, and it felt like whoever ended up on top with enough materials was just going to be able to run it out, and they timed it perfect.
Yeah, look, you know, it got to that 8th zone, and you know, Reese mentioned it, the third move in. That's when you got to start making a decision as a duo, right? You got to start thinking, okay, what's our win condition here? How do we actually win this game? Cool, we've made it. You know, we've done a brilliant job to get all this away, but how do we win this game? Do you look down? Do you look up for height? They looked up for height, and like you said, the perfect timing. They won out the game from there. This is going to be a team who, moving into the finals, will be a big threat. But as you can see, we've been talking about these standings. Even if you aren't winning games, you still want to make sure you are doing well when you play, because you want to be in the top 6 at the end of the 5 games here. Of course, a lot of these teams who are on that page, you can probably see winning a game. Like, I'm not going to lie, at some point I will expect Andalex, right, who's sitting on that top 6, to win a game. And so, still, a couple more games to try and get it done, but so far I've not been disappointed by these games whatsoever.
And it's just going to get that much, I don't want to say, like, easier, son. That's not the right word, but as these, like, players are getting the victory royale, they're removed from the pool, right? So that might free up a POI. Reese literally just kind of hinted at this at the end of this last game, but Sundown, if without these duos around, it's like suddenly you have this breathing room. You're like, okay, my POI is uncontested. Oh, I know one POI is uncontested. Now it's all about evolving in the moment.
Yeah, one of the things to consider is if you're one of these top 50 duos, it is a long haul. You have tons of opportunities to get it. Eventually, you're going to be able to get a match. And also, don't forget, it's not like the semifinals has all of the major players pulled out. It's only the 32 best players so far, the best duos in Europe, who have been pulled out. So the best of the best are still playing and going through. Every single one of these duos is capable of winning 1 in 16 matches, which they have the ability to play in. They just have to go through, stick to their game plan, and eventually get that chance. And once you get the opportunity, you got to put your foot through it and just keep going, right?
That's right, man. 3 more games to see how this all unfolds in just day number 1. So for now, let's jump on that battle bus again. We got Shawage, we got Reese. Now we have game number 3.
Thanks so much, Zeke, Levin, and Sundown. And once again, Sundown leaving us with some awesome words. Time is still there. It's of the essence. But, Reese, you have to grasp it. 2 games already down, 3 more to go. This is going to be tough for some of these teams who are having a rough day.
It is, and like you mentioned, 3 games left. The teams who are down at the bottom of that leaderboard so far, who, off spawn, be it with Surge, early mid game, whatever it is, like, they're going to have to sit and think in their head, do we change drop spot if we're contested right now? Some of them are kind of opening up across the map so far. You don't probably know that. Are other teams going to look to land there at the same time? Do we just play for the Victory Royale as the games start to get closer to the end? Are we still trying to get points in any way, shape? I think game 5 is going to be very interesting for that front, But the teams at the top, hopefully just clean sailing from there on out.
Yeah, many different hallways to walk down on, but only one door for all these teams, right? We have 3 more we're going to sign off with straight to the finals, and we have that top 6 as well. We're looking for the consistency overall. That being said right now, we have some really cool teams to look at to try to root on for. I'm liking the NLX and X Squeeze situation that Levin was talking about too, a possible win for them coming through. Belusi Hydro are making it a little bit more consistently towards these end games. We don't usually see that from this team, Reese.
Yeah, you don't at all, to be honest with you. And the team I actually want to talk about, I'm just going to totally sidetrack that because I love those guys. But Floki and Clement at the same time, we saw them through Qualifier 1, Qualifier 2, struggle off spawn, continue to fight, but have some good games in there. Right now, that last game, 7 eliminations and a 4th, looking absolutely fantastic. But here we go. We got game number 3 underway. You hear the bus. Here we have it. Game number 3. 2 down. The actual midpoint, not the midpoint that Shio suggested in the previous game. And yet again, we're starting with the same drop spot. Covert Canyon. Vino's got the drop spot nailed this time.
Thomas HD missing the 4th shot of this off spawn. 5th, 6th. Don't make it 7. That's what I'm talking about. The lucky number, and he's there with the 144. The first game started off just like that too. That's 7 shots to take for him to basically get online. They're in 7th place overall as well. The stars are aligning for Thomas HD and Tayson Reese.
I don't know what I was sweating more at, the end game where he was solo clutching, or just that 1v1. I'm checking my pits right now, I'm telling you.
Oh my goodness. Vino though, he should still be around. Unless that was Vino that was taken out. I was just paying more attention to the shot completely. But Joe and Vino are there somewhere. Aqua and O'Reilly, I see 2 eliminations. Is Aqua allowed to play in the FNCS now? This is crazy. Usually just hard out every game.
Suggest that was the case. The drop map nailed at this point to pickaxe, even though he's got the gun out, and that is it. A quick 50-50. And this is kind of what you actually want to do early game. And not usually, right? If you're looking for a consistent game, you don't want a 50-50, but a team like Aqua and Norelli who are going for that victory royale, let's be real, they're trying to win a game. 50-50 off spawn, gets it over with quickly, then they can play the rest of it out, hopefully without that deterrent of the long off one fight.
Lucky Mr. J inside a fight, and Vico's up against him too. He takes a little bit of a break to go for a few shots up in the air. Already knows he's on the cornfield somewhere and has no builds either. What? Mr. J, that's a 5 HP shot to keep him in the game. 2 HP. You cannot take it easy against these players. First Thomas, then Mr. J. And the fear is still there too. The team that we saw before, Wolfie all the way on the top side who's gliding in, is going to have a little bit of HP to get back as well. But Mr. J has to hold things down himself. This is trouble. Wolfie's there to help him out, and he has a little bit of time to get a few mats. This is crazy. These shots, Reese, it really seems like every player's online.
Every single one. The right-hand peak. This heavy shotgun, if you connect with it properly, man, does it do damage. You also saw that with Thomas HD earlier on. Now we're seeing it at the same time with Mr. J here. And obviously, Yikes has lost Vico. He's going down for this 1v2. We know that Mr. J alongside Wolfie don't have many materials in there. So this pressure is going to be really important. Trying to just dwindle away the mats. Slow pickaxes, the good angles, but not trying to waste too much time so that Wolfie can pop that medkit that he's potentially just already going to go for here.
Yeah, Mr. J's just holding it out. The medkit does get popped ultimately, and now Dax has to do 200 total damage. Nice shot. The left one misses. The unfortunate is just one pellet, and if it's just hit fired, it's not going to go to the right space. Nice creative edit to try to maybe catch Wolfie off guard, but it's not going to be enough, and they make it. I mean, surprisingly off spawn.
Yeah, honestly, what's interesting is that for Mr. J and Wolfie, like, they were in qualifier number 1. Ooh, that's a beautiful shot now they watch it back from that perspective. But these guys were uncon here, right? This is their draw spot that they've chose to in Sanctuary, and they weren't really able to capitalize on that, right? They ended up 22nd overall, and I'm wondering if, in all honesty, being contested will help. As we see Lazen going for the reboot launch, failing it twice, it would seem.
That is the funniest thing I've seen in the FNCS. I'm not gonna lie. I was about to be ready to break that down. Like, this is sick. I like this investment.
Yeah.
Bing bong. It just
It's gonna carry him through the air. It's gonna be amazing. No.
Oh my god.
But interestingly enough, Lazen and Mirza, like if you remember back, qualifier number 1, they had a ton of struggles off spawn, and this seems to be absolutely no different right now. They seem to not be able to get a break at all.
Lazen should look up, some stand-up comedy maybe, if this is the case. If the FNCS is not working out. He's trying this though. I mean, we've seen some crazy shots. It's all been thanks to this heavy shotgun, and Lazen has one in his inventory. 4 opportunities to make it happen. That it might be a little bit more than heavy of a shot you need to land that distance of where the teammate is at Refscarter now. Scram all the way on the beach. Ref's still looking for the final confirmation. He's not going to actually leave anything up to chance. I like this. He has the all-in. He has the right angle as well in terms of getting Lazen down, but he stays a little bit back and makes sure that there's no chance he takes extra damage.
It's an interesting fight for Riskar. They're kind of pushing way off of their spawn there. Like from the shell or high wire drop spot. This is quite a long way to travel here. As we switch back over, see the replay of what actually happened. So this is the fight that they ended up going down for. And I'm guessing right now that you can understand what's happening from this POV, right? This is why Refsguard and Scram ended up pushing into that perspective. They see that fight going on. They understand both teams are weak down there. That's probably why they've moved so far out their drop. Obviously it didn't work out so far for Lazen though.
This is where we start to see teams try different things, and that's what makes it interesting for everyone as well that's playing. They have to just make sure they're not getting too comfortable overall. That's what happens in Game 3 sometimes too. I would assume that a bunch of teams playing right now, Close and Adrena especially, are still frustrated, not fully comfortable with the performances they're getting game after game. I'm seeing right now that 70 points, 60 points is where you want to be if you want to have that consistency angle coming in. Inside the semifinals are at 15, so they have a lot of work cut out ahead of them.
Yeah, and Andrea is a tarper at the end of the day, and Flois is a fantastic low ground player as well. Remember back to multiple seasons where he was able to pop off alongside Kaiser and Hellfire in, I think, season 7 as well. Fantastic low ground player. Andrea, similarly with Mr. Benji, I say that every time. Benji Fishy and Mr. Savage, again, a great low ground team. So if you're trying to be consistent here, that's not the play style that's going out for that. So I don't know if we're going to see these guys go to high ground, but what I do know is that they're hitting their shots.
We saw some low ground teams have a little bit of success, and yeah, they're definitely landing their shots now. We saw some issues with them inside, I think it was game number 1. Let's see, William. There's a lot of action.
What's interesting is half the teams here aren't even Chonkers teams. They're Kondo teams. And Lex's team, alongside Malamo's team, are both from Kondo. They both understand the mess that's going on in Chonkers. That basically every single qualifier we've seen so far, we've seen this fight draw out already. And now they're like, we get this. We understand what's going on here. We're coming in. We're going to capitalize on that. Easy Storm Surge tanks, even if they just sit on the outskirts of it, tickle a couple shots off left, right, and center. And realistically, the zone's pulled into that south side, so they can afford to do this.
From what I've seen, at least from the second, third zone and towards how endgames go at Chonkers, the teams that end up actually, at this spot this early, they're the ones that get to control and kind of be the conductors of the lobby when it comes to endgame. So having that early spot is huge. Meanwhile, on the snow side, Crazy, Rafalilo are going to have a little bit of trouble overall. I'm looking at a truck stop where no one's getting refueled, and I love this message. Every week we get a nice reaction. Oh, the chair get up though?
The chair.
Okay.
I mean,
man, we're at that.
What's great is when he's happy, he gets out the chair. When he's unhappy, he still gets out of the chair again.
I'm liking it. I want to see him just get super excited though. Maybe he'll win.
I want to see them win a game.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm rooting for them for the next couple games. I'm telling you. Not this one; they're already out. But the next 2, I tell you that.
Unless there's a lottery reboot. Imagine that. Having players just stay in the game, one person gets rebooted.
Bonus time. There you go. And that'd be great. Imagine that. We just tell that to the players right now. We're just like, yo, couple Elam points. Go for it.
Sadie Chapix, what is going on today with this team? Because I don't see the consistency overall. I mean, I mentioned they were kind of playing half in and half out of that 2 type of mindset game style. They're in spots where they can be consistent, stay low, but then we see Sadie and Chapix trying to make some moves for mid-ground, make some moves at fighting teams side by side. They seem to be good on Surge too, so...
I mean, to be honest, they've not found a home when it comes to an early game yet. they're dropping at the drop spot logjam that they've been at the start of the season when this duo kind of got together, but they've hopped between different places. They've been up to the north of Bugle. Even in this tournament, they were looking like they were going to go to Tilted until kind of the last moment they swapped up there. And obviously they are contested there right now with Coop and Frank, who you saw in game number 1. So there's a lot of difficulties. It seems like that early game is like, it's not bad for them because they're benefiting from it, but they're not getting completely stacked. You know, they're not starting that 5th zone with like a cap materials, launch pads moving, you know, the stuff that you need to keep going.
Talk about stack though, just look at this hill right now. Tayson, Thomas, Scram, Refsguard, Falcon, Astralis, side by side. This is just going to be tough for any team to really get moving from this spot onwards. I can smell the ego from both sides. No one really wants to move just yet.
This is not what you want though. You don't want an ego battle. I know. I
want it, you know what I mean? But we don't want it because it's not
I want it, but at the same time, you know, I want to see both these two teams qualify. You know, I want to see the Thomas HD, who's currently in 7th, by the way. If you haven't watched the FTS broadcast in a while, you'll now know, as of this season, the numbers that are next to each other's names is the player, the position that they are in the leaderboard right now. So Thomas HD is in 7th. I can't read. Numbers are not our strong suit today. And if you look right now from this perspective, X-Squeeze and Andlex in the bottom left, you can also see that, where it says team and then a 3rd next to that. So currently X-Squeeze and Andlex are at 3rd place. Top 6 is what qualifies them, so they are looking really good.
Let a live update as well, so it's not just, you know, how the game starts out overall. Good. So nice. And as we mentioned, 60, 70-ish points, that'll put you inside that top 5, top 6. If you have 9, that'll put you in mental turmoil, I feel like, for the moment. Stash is trying to find a way out of it. He's using shotgun shots on the bodies as a little bit of a reprieve. Alabuka, though, he's going to be taking a lot of damage. Going to be the receiving end from the other teams. Kind of shots over and over again. It's Vortexia and Castery that they're facing off with, plus another team as well. And this is the team I want to see do really well, right? Mustache Malavuka, but they've struggled to this point too.
They've struggled, but now you've got to remember, Toos and Putrik won that previous game. They're out of their drop spot. They're no longer a nuisance to them, so they have an opportunity. They've made it off spawn. They struggle with Surge, absolutely. But this is a team, right, that takes advantage of other players being below Storm Surge, which right now Castry and Vortexia are. They're going to set up traps for you to fall into, walk into, and pick up easy eliminations. And then they're a team who I absolutely think, even if it's not today, maybe even if it's the next 2 days, will pick up a victory. Like, absolutely. They are incredible at winning games with like 10 eliminations. Maybe not every game, but they're able to really go deep into those games, pick up a victory royale.
I feel like there's some teams that are good at winning games when everyone's not trying to win games overall, when they're just playing regular. When you toss them into a format like this where you have other people trying to win, that's where it gets a little bit weird. Like, people don't end up playing like they normally do. You find people inside your spot, you're like, hey, this is my strat. Doesn't matter. Castry, Vortexia, low on Surge. You never see this either. They're like, wait, what are we doing? We should be aggressing on other teams. Why are we hiding? And suddenly, they're on high ground. If you blinked for 7 seconds straight, first of all, CNI doctor, I'm not sure what's going on there. And then second of all, they have height now. They were looking so bad, about 100 below. Now they're 47 with some control. It's looking good overall.
The thing is, they still need to get damage, though. They still need to do something. The double controller is difficult, right? It means that those long-range tags are significantly more difficult. They have to do things like this. They have to go for those box fights, so they have to jump in. They have to try and do whatever they can to hit some shots. And unfortunately, they weren't able to do anything at all. It seems like Fury alongside missed him at the same time. They came second in game number 1 regardless. The camera swished past them. My brain went blank. But they came second in game number 1. They're looking good on the leaderboards overall. At the same time, it's like, that's not a team necessarily want to jump into.
Yeah, Lusha there beside him. I got you.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you, my brother.
But this is also a formula I want to introduce you to.
Players, man.
This is tough. It's tough.
Who are you at this point?
Shio what?
Shio Water?
The one thing I'm noticing too is the longer we stay in here, Matt's kind of equal timed. Look at Floki as well, right? Just inside this washing machine, like a dish wrapped up in a towel, is just like cracking over and over again as it spins, just breaking everything completely. This is tough for us. Like, the longer these guys stay in, the more they just end up damaging themselves over and over and over. They have to try to get out, but they still want to do damage. Castry, Vortexia, if you're down to drinking guzzle juice to get past Surge, there's some problems.
There's some problems. It always seems like there's a more efficient way to do things. You know, there's a standard regime of doing the optimal way of getting these things laid out. You know, potentially the washing machine not the way to go for them right now. At this time, Lecce and Swilliam have managed to make the most of that fight. However, at the same time, we did see, obviously, Floki come in, be the worse out of that fight. And even look at the materials right now. 141 on Lecce. Swilliam, probably I'm getting.
Every time someone says Lecce and Swilliam with potential win, I expect potential, yes. I just feel like they can't stay still for too long, and that's what's required. I like this from Belusi, though, sliding into the storm and getting a Neelam as well. Very cinematic.
Very. Great job production as we see Floki going down there. A lot of the players that we saw struggle with Storm Surge, little montage of them all going down at the same time. Kepi and Malod really struggling here on that north side of the zone, gonna have to try and make themselves go down to that south, but unfortunately, it's just over for them instead.
I need some music on these replay packages now, you know what I'm saying? Like, there, black and white chroma key or whatever, plus sad music with some rain. Really get in the mood, in the mindset.
50% slow-mo?
Yeah, 50% slow-mo.
We can make it happen. We got the connection.
We'd be like in the 7th zone by now after the package ends, but we can definitely make it happen.
We can waffle for that amount of time. We're okay. On.
I'll sing along. You're a good vocalist. We could sing along with the package if you want.
Yeah, only specific keys.
Only specific keys.
Yeah, we have to write it a specific way. As long as there's not too much of a differentiation between the highs and the lows, this should be okay.
Yeah. Makes sense. Look at that fast Rogue. You were asking about him a few games ago. Let's say days ago. He's still active, getting a few points. He is a mystery, though. I still don't know how the man does it.
You're asking the wrong guy. Not really. As we see, let's be real, Thomas Tate, like you said, looking good, 2 eliminations. Refscar, Scram, also the same position with that fight we saw earlier, taking them on, putting them into a good spot in the center third.
Talking about that clutch, what were the effects from it? 31 points is what it was in that previous game.
Oof, huge.
And you looked at the 3 POVs we saw as well, if we want to stick to the theme of 3. Refscar, Thomas HD, Seti, these are 3 teams we're kind of expecting to have these last 3 wins, right? If you're looking at, the clouded teams or the teams that everyone wants to see inside the finals, that should be everyone's shortlist.
Definitely someone outlisted and was like, I don't want them to be in the finals. My favorite team lands there.
Yeah, but there they are once again. All in very different positions as well. I think Seti and Thomas are kind of beside each other, but after that, yeah, Refscar is kind of the only really active one. Lots of quiet on the other side.
Yeah, so far they're the only ones who actually need to rotate into zone, right? They've got a tiny little bit to rotate here, but at the same time there's a lot of hills in front of them that they're going to need to navigate through, but luckily there's already these builds, and they have the Spider-Man's web shooters lined up. I thought they were going to go for the car usage, which would not have been a good idea, but this is the beauty of the Spider-Man's web shooters. Even with the nerf down to 10, like, they can just get in freely at this point. Now they're chilling, instantly building in hard materials to ensure that they don't get sprayed from any of the players who have already built up in zone. Now it's a waiting game. They have the launch pad. If they pull a max distance 5th zone, they potentially will opt to either use the Spider-Man's web shooters again or go in for the launch pad. They have the chili chug splashes. They have like all of the mobility in the world at this point. This is a game that's set up for like at least a top 3.
The endgame loadout. Tell me you run him over. That's what I'm talking about. Is that a knock? It is a knock.
It is.
Zigon, no. And I think Andy realizes now they should always be looking for high ground, staying up there. Don't be on the dirt, especially with Lecce driving around.
I mean, there's a lesson to be learned there, which is please don't box up in wood. Like, this season, with the high fire rate weapons, I know that was not how that happened, but at the same time, like, if you sit and box up in wood, you are an easy target, regardless of what you do. That's a danger sign. It's just warning lights of, like, yes, please shoot me at this moment, or, in this case, run through my box with a car.
There's a warning light inside Nova and Hardfine's box as well that's saying, please shoot anyone or something. 57 below on Surge. Is getting lower, too, as the Siptos picks up an elimination onto Sanji. They need to get out of this box fast, about 15 seconds until that zone locks in, and Thunder starts to strike.
Oh, Brett. Well, this is again the second game we've seen them struggle with Storm Surge, but team's waiting for them. That's Waffler who's set up alongside Diox, the trap for them to fall into. They know that they're below the Storm Surge. They're pushing in, but they've gotten straight into the box. It's a 50-50 with the world. The spray comes out. The armored wall comes through in the midst of it, but it doesn't matter. Nova Hardfine picking up the 2 eliminations, picking up all the points for it too. Huge amount of material refresh, and that looked like a trap that was set for them, but they absolutely clapped back at that moment.
I'm liking the reversals. Meanwhile, that's a 2-man operation. I'm seeing a solo player pop off in the feed. The Siptos with what? His 3rd elimination so far. Not dead. They were always just kind of struggling on low ground, rotating in. Might have a high peak to operate off of right now, but all they need is one tag that they can't find. Mosh as well. getting a few more for himself. That's Milad going down. Chico controls one of the bases all the way up top in the sky as well. Sulim at the bottom on the right side, and Chapix with Seti, and some of the power teams are there in the middle. What will Naku do, though? They can wait this out for a little bit. It's just one more player that needs to go down, but no one is, and they continue to take damage.
This is devastating as well. When you're the high ground team on top of the moving zone, you've pulled the 5th zone. This is the fight waiting to happen, and you're below Storm Surge getting tagged. This is so rough. This could be a game ender, but Storm Surge has ended. 50 players now, it's over. They're on the great position, but seems like they're still going to go for rotate. Potentially I was wrong. They weren't actually all the way in zone, just very, very close to it at that moment. My eyes were deceiving me. Shio's mathematics was deceiving him. It doesn't matter.
We are down bad in some form, way or another.
As always.
We'll lift each other up. You know how it goes. I'm liking this, though. Some of the teams that we saw struggle as well, that might have things missing on their side, too, are doing well in this game. Ken and Cruel, very close to high ground right now. But Thomas and Tayson also just ready to go for that launch pad. I've seen them take out so many teams who might have their first experience at holding height in an endgame, right? We see Chico up there, Kane and Cruel. Might not have the experience to control a lobby like this, so that's perfect. It's the perfect weather for Thomas and Tayson right now on mid-ground.
Same with Kinzel and Deceptos. Veteran team out of Tilted Towers right now. Another kind of mid to low ground team who you can expect that consistency from, who is looking really good on the leaderboards coming into this game. I was going to say coming into this, it doesn't matter. They're 6th right now. That's what truly matters.
Absolutely. It's split down the middle. No man's land on that dirt trail on the left side. We'll have two different sides of the lobby to look at right now. Everyone will have to move back into the grove. All the high ground we see right now might not have the utmost control, but it will be Seti and Chapix inside that seat first off. Every time I've seen Chapix in half and half get height, he wins games. So will he stay true to that pattern, to that power? That is the question, as the entire lobby has to move.
That's true when it comes to normal trios, game mode, potentially duos, but when it comes to where every single Victory Royale matters, way more focus is up there. This may be too early for them to take it. I want to see how they go. They're obviously looking for a little bit, I don't want to say desperate right here, but like they need to pick up a Victory Royale or a massive game to clutch them to throw them up into the top 6, because they are currently outside of that. Landing at the front side of zone, say he's going to use that tarping ability instead, and it's going to be Relvas and Krusty on height.
Now they have the loadout, they have the position. Clownsky 2 bounces up in the sky. Krusty Relvis reconnected and based up as well. They're looking to really stay up here. This is not a rental property. They're not trying to move after this zone ends. This is very good from them, but at the same time, Reese mentioned it, kind of early to set control this heavily as you start to move. They've invested so many materials, hard mats for now, and look who's looming right there below. Yes, indeed. It's Thomas HD and Tayson right underneath high ground, 572 damage above. All they have to really worry about is their position. Zone still keeps moving. Seti and Chapix are right by them on the same layer side by side. Relvis drops down, Crush's still up top, and that might be it. Wait a minute, Noah Riley out of nowhere, also on the backside. Where's Aqua is the real question. Thomas and Tayson are now head free, looking straight up top for the high ground. The retake is starting to happen. Big beam for Thomas. Relvis goes down. Thomas then, one more opponent is Krusty the teammate, and he has the beams and the shot dominance. HD is alive, and they take heights.
Krusty and Relvis never made an FNCS finals. They're not used to a lobby of this caliber. They don't understand the height time retakes, but Thomas HD and Tayson absolutely do. Absolutely capped on materials. 100 builds still left on Thomas. I've got to assume that Tayson has even more to his name. The pepper's still in the inventory. The ammo absolutely plentiful. This could be the victory royale for Tayson and Thomas HD.
Still lots of legends all the way inside the mid and low ground. Refsguard, Spider-Man web shooters in hand, but he's running out of webbing. This is going to be tough. Scram also down. He has no teammate. He'll have to go for that solo clutch. The consistency matters here a lot too, so everything on the line for him on the front side.
See what he can work with as a solo player. 49 builds to his name. He can definitely clutch this up, but can he win it? The points are absolutely crucial right now. Some of the biggest names still up in the lobby. We see Cheatin picking up, and that's Lucia that goes down. The man I forgot earlier, but I'm not forgetting him right now. His leaderboard still up at the top. And as we look on top of the lobby, Tayson and Thomas HD dominating.
Water falling down. Kinzel Deceptos just stuck in a blender. This is going to be tough. Shots from all sides, and Kinzel finally just gets to breathe slightly. Deceptos, though, running on the oxygen armored wall on the left side, and there's a lot of shots coming in from the back. That storm is not only ticking, but the shots are rolling in too. Deceptos, 2 HP, needs to get that siphon, but too much HP on Chapix and Seti, who control the low ground. Refsguard, though, gets the position in front of them. Thomas HD is still running all the way up from height. It's wood gold, so he's just going to melt through them like a hot knife through butter. This is going to be easy and steamy for Thomas and Tayson all the way up top on high ground. Tayson also has that front side tarp. It's looking so good. This is fundamental from this duo, and they're looking to wrap things up.
They got the materials, they've got the ammo, they've got the firepower, they've got the brains, they have absolutely everything. But look, Andlik's still in this. First place in the leaderboard down below. Same with City and Chapix, a team who didn't manage to win. They were on high ground at the 5th zone, but now they're on the low. They're claiming those points and they're climbing up the leaderboard as well.
4 teams left. Seti Chapix, one of them, rattled on the head though. Seti's looking confused, turned around, and he's down. Chapix survives on the backside though. One player right above him. Is it his build that he can edit? That's the question. Does he see it? No! Pop down! The awareness from Andalex is too much. Malibuca and Mustache are going to be on the backside. No shields. Thomas and Tayson looking healthy. Is this going to be the win? It starts with a lucky number 7 shot. It starts with a 50-50, and it ends with absolute tyranny. Just a complete tear all the way from high ground. Low HP for Mustache and Malibuca. Down below, there's one final drop that Tayson needs. He goes for the left-hand peek. First shot doesn't land. Second one, it's a split. Insane reactions and a double for Tayson. That's how you wrap things up. A victory royale, and Thomas and Tayson are going to the finals.
There was never any doubt at all. Tayson and Thomas HD, 2 veterans. It wouldn't be an FNCS finals without 2 of the best players, if not the 2 best players on the EU region making it through the finals.
That's what I like too. They're keeping it suspenseful. They're playing to their strengths. They're staying all the way away. You can even see the high ground at one point. They're playing in a different lobby, Reese. Rightfully so. So powerful. So free. Thomas AC and Tayson, what a win.
Absolutely clinical. Like we mentioned, we saw Krusty and Relvis go up for the high ground way too early. A team that's not as experienced when it comes to FNCS, not knowing that this is probably not the time you should go up for high ground. Thomas HD and Tayson, they know exactly what they're doing. They can look up, they can take advantage of the team's weak up on that high, and with plenty of materials from fragging out on the low ground, here we are, made it straight through the finals.
Absolutely, that's just nuts from them, but who else is there to keep rolling through? I mean, Zeke, Levin, Sundown, they've got the breakdown.
Thank you guys so much. I mean, Levin, I have to turn attention to you. Sundown, this is your prediction, but Levin, this will be for always and for all of time be your favorite player, Tayson.
Yeah, what can I say? I knew it was coming. Look, what did I say at the end of last game? I said, if they keep playing like this, it's going to be a very, very quick semi-final for them, and this is why. Obviously, they win off spawn, which was spectacular. Joe and Vino, don't know what you guys are doing, lads, but you got to hit the drawing board and come back with something stronger. You're lucky you ain't got to face these guys off again. But Thomas and Tayson, they looked up on height, right, when they saw Krusty and Relvis, and they thought, who are these guys? This is barbecue chicken. We're going to go ahead and win this game, and they did. Look, it was a mad end game. The last 3 teams there, Sundown, you know, you could have told me this was the FNCS finals. I would have believed you. 3 monster teams at the end, but the most monstrous come out on top.
Yeah, it's been all about the veterans so far here in our first day of the semifinals, just finding opportunities to really take advantage of the experience. And the difference here, as we know, we see the control and Thomas being able to work top to bottom, but Tayson is up on his feet and they were able to go. And push forward, but don't forget, with 2 games down, a win at any point in time gets you there.
I am telling you, man, this is it. Like, you know, Levin, these players are thinking the same thing. Okay, even if our points aren't the best, even if we've been eliminated off spawn every game, even if we get to game number 5 and nothing has gone our way, if we just get the victory royale, though, we can make it to finals, Levin.
Yeah, and
it's possible.
You probably want to do it in this session, right? Because obviously session 2, a whole bunch of players start flooding into the lobby, and you don't know how the dynamics will switch up in that case. And so, like you said, for a team like Joe and Vino, you know, okay, Cavan has to be out. We have to get those launch pads. We have to go on to win that game. And so if they don't wrap it up now, it's going to start looking really dicey moving forward.
Yeah, and the question really becomes, because everyone has access to the leaderboard, everyone knows for a fact that Tace and Thomas aren't there anymore. Yeah. Does somebody else kind of look at the wins and say, oh, they're changing, maybe we go to the Cavern, because Height's been so valuable so far this FNCS.
That is so funny, too, because that was one of the things we were talking about. Like, even before the show began, in a rehearsal was like, okay, how many duos can actually play Covert Cavern? If a duo is pulled from there because of the Victory Royale, does this mean we're going to start to see other duos flood into here? Because if they know how to play it, Joe and Vino haven't been doing well, right? So if this is just another duo that can come in, unless they have that kind of like bounce back performance, right, where they fill themselves with confidence, they say we're ready to fight. I mean, they've just been bodied by Tace and Thomas back to back to back, right, Levin? Is this possible? Do you think even if someone else creeps in, maybe Joe and Vino could just say, look, sorry about that, we're good, we're awake now, we want a victory royale as well?
Look, it would be something you could do in theory, but I would give Joe and Vino some credit in that typically they do have good drops. I know they have been beaten, the past 2 games against Thomas and Taysom, but typically they have good drops. If you don't have experience going Covert at all, it would be very risky to try and outdrop them there. You could suffer the fate that Thomas and Taysom suffered in game 1. So, it's a decision you'll have to make, and you can't make that decision lightly whatsoever.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's not like they were slouches there, right?
Yeah,
they won the first game, and their drops have been on point. The problem is Thomas's drops have been near perfect. He's gotten to that first forward drop spot nearly every single time, and if you're touching down and being the first one there, you also get priority on that bunny hop and getting onto the zip line. So if you're not exactly pixel perfect like he's been, and you're only close enough, generally that's going to be better in a lot of circumstances.
And it just reinforces what Levin has been saying this whole time, right? I mean, Thomas HD is in peak form right now. He is firing on all cylinders. And now when we look to the finals, right, I mean, you don't want to go there. If you know this guy's going to be hitting that loot and he's ready to fight at the moment the game begins, you don't want to go there. But for now, we'll continue this topic as we come back later on because we have another game on hand. So let's kick it back over to our casters to take us in.
Thanks so much, Zeke. 11, Sundown. I mean, this is just, once again, bars being dropped. I'm listening to the best anthems of the week so far in terms of what these guys are spitting. Reese, it is coming up for some of these teams right now. Analytics, Squeeze, Lusha, Fury, like, they're getting right there close to the mark, but not quite making it. Obviously, Thomas HD and Tayson, the most recent to kind of make it through that victory lap straight to the finals. What can you expect next?
I mean, the album's not even finished yet. 3 tracks already done, 2 more to go. I'm trying to figure out who's going to be those other 2 victory royales, right? Our top 6 on the leaderboard starting to settle. We see Andlik's next Squeeze trying to be up there, but we don't have long to figure out. Here we go. Game number 4 is just about to start. Semi-finals, day 1, game number 4. Beautiful pans of a beautiful map. We have a bunch of teams all looking for the victory royale, but we're going to start things off with the Daily Bugle. No Aurelian Aqua going against Splash. Something we've seen game after game. No team managed to capitalize really at all yet off the games they get off spawn, but maybe game number 4 is the one for them.
Kind of ironic, too, because whoever ends up winning at the Bugle kind of controls the news around the map. They're the ones that end up pushing every other team as well. Splash and Jamzid, no pickaxe, funny business all the way up top. They're going straight down into the newsroom and still don't have any weapons. Splash, my man, there you go. Oh, no. What looked like a present ends up being his demise. Jamzid now all by himself. This is just going to be tough.
Yeah, the thing is to this, if Jam's fully disengaging, realistically, are you going to be able to get the reboot card? Are you going to be able to go back in? Like, there's so many teams in Bugle, and especially if this is a North Zone, players are going to sit up around the volcano all around. You're not getting that card, you're not getting the reboot. So he has to make a decision here. What are we going to do? Am I going to play for points as a solo for the entire game, looting probably almost nothing because everything around here is contested? Or am I going to have to sneak back in here, try and get the reboot card off somewhere, maybe up to the north side of the map somewhere? I'm not entirely sure.
It's going to be tough. Definitely basically is untouchable. And then, yeah, not only, you're right, is the mission on getting the card impossible. Where do you go after that as well. My question, too, based off of last game, what did Aqua and Noah Riley do? I mean, they made it off spawn. They looked really good, but then were kind of invisible for the rest of the game.
I mean, the mid was good, right? Early and mid, great games, but they had the exact same flaw that Tayson did, right? Or sorry, not that Tayson did. They went up at the same time. I was about to say, I'm waffling at this point,
What a flaw. I want that flaw.
I know. Oh, no, they won the game. What a problem. No, but they ended up trying to go for the height at the exact same time as Tayson was. Of that height retake that weakened the high ground, right? They didn't have such a great attempt at it. And you know, like, no, I was going to say Aqua Rayleigh. That's a great combination of their name. I think that's the way it's going to be from now on. You know, if they mess up the high ground retake, it's over for them at that point. And that's what it was.
Yeah, I mean, you have to not only pick a perfect time to go for height, you have to make sure you're not kind of, you know, crashing midair when it comes to going for the high ground as well. You're ending up just dealing with one team, and now it's, what 3-4 at the same time. So, yeah, King of Height having a few issues on getting that kind of motto solidified inside the semifinals, but there's still 2 games left, and that includes this one entirely. What a shot, Harpoon combination, the pinch is there. Julius can't actually find anything after that, though. The shots are going to be good from the backside. I like the insurance where he's on top, and Nipsey's the one doing the dirty work inside the box.
This fight, without this format, we wouldn't have seen it, because this was the home of Janus, who obviously qualified through in that first game, so they've opened this up. And one of the things I'm interested in now is this is Skyzoo who ended up landing here, so now in the south side, when we're seeing of Sleepy Sounds, that's going to leave Flois and Andrea uncontested there. You know, we saw those fights going on in the first couple, we've seen that switch up the drop spot, so interesting to see later on how they kind of play. Can they pick up a victory round?
Vino and Joe, Cruel and Kane, head-to-head, no Thomas and Tayson. So they had to basically go all in, it seems like, for the spot now. Timing's going to be good for them too, Reese, right? They don't have to go for that initial 50-50, don't have to be damaged on shield overall. This is kind of what we saw Vino and Joe do all throughout the qualifiers, same type of game. And if that happens, they could also be slated up to win.
They're basically nearly bottom of the leaderboard based off their off-spawn performance so far, so this is going to be the first game that we're going to be able to really see how that plays out, as long as they don't go down to Kane and Cruel. But Mustache and Malabuka, now this is a fight that's interesting. A pulled on round this way. Remember, we've seen them contesting set-in Chaptics. Now they've consistently moved into this. I'm wondering if they switched the drop spot up for this particular match, because they're just in this area yet again. But this time is a full duo.
Yeah, Fractions Group, I think, definitely just left sleep. There's no chance that they're here this early unless they spawned with super peppers. I just got their super around the entire map.
You never know. You could just spawn with super peppers. We're not them.
Unfortunately, I feel like this fight doesn't help either team when it just lasts this long. Mustache is being a distraction. Malabuka, meanwhile, chopping everything down. At some point, you have to realize, we're one of the players. Why do I hear an SMG, but the shots aren't firing at my builds? Something is wrong, and there we go. That's exactly what Coop and Frack end up figuring out, all the way up towards high ground. It's still looking kind of messy overall. There are no all-ins, but it's 2 teams that don't really like going for that super all-in, right? I mean, Coop kind of showed us how him and Frack like to fight against Toos. It took 5 minutes for them to finally go down.
It's very painful, and we're seeing that right now. Both teams have almost no materials to the name. Malabuka on the top with 10, on the bottom Fraction with 2. And this is it. They basically utilized all of those. We see the chop down coming, but at the point where you start to see the spray coming on through, I was about to say, you're going to see another team jump in the box. That's exactly what Coop does right there, trying to capitalize on that split. No heals on Malabuka, so we're going to see him left on 70 HP. See what we can do.
Third party. It's coming in. It's not just 2 teams now. This is tough. All the damage both teams have done. Lots of work, and Malabuka finally gets 1. Turns around for the 2. That could be a huge refresh they need, but from all sides, it's pressure time, and they have to make sure they base up and get ready for this next fight.
Malabuka has no match. He didn't realize he's still trying to hold at that moment. He's going to have to start just trying to hit a shot. It's Pickle and Melgard who are rotating their way through. Malabuka can't even jump up, can't heal, can't do anything. He just has to play pumps out, potentially SMGs out. He's going to the big angle. He's the 72 shot, but no, he's tracked back at the same time. Now in HP, more shots connected. He's so difficult to hit, but unfortunately it's going to be an end over run for him, and Pickle and Melgard are going to win that fight. 4 eliminations total to their name. Look at the loot that they have in their inventory. Absolutely stacked.
A vortex of chaos of spawn between all 3 teams. Have to be able to watch that one pack real quick. It seems like after every good fight, Fast Roki also gets an elim somewhere across the map. And that happened too. But yeah, Malabuka, this was really good movement, Reese, for him to at least be able to know what's going down with his teammate and try to get something happen.
I think the understanding that he had no materials came a little bit too late, however. Like, you saw a couple times trying to hold a wall where one doesn't exist, where Mustache had to take over instead. So they potentially could have won that fight. Realistically, like, none of us would have won that fight from that specific perspective. They're incredible fighters, but it's just the micro movements like that that could potentially turn something around. We'll see the next couple.
A little bit later, right? You're mentioning Analytics Squeeze. I feel like they're a back half team, no doubt, on days. They're also a back half team when it comes to games overall. Sometimes not finding their footings in game 1, 2, and 3, but then coming back in 4, 5, and 6. Reese, they don't have the 6. A bunch of those teams do not have the key ingredient to winning and qualifying for the next stage.
Absolutely not. This is a little replay of that fight that we just watched. They're taking ABL. This is their draw spot where they went in qualifier number 2 as well, up against Diox and Wafar at the same time, and a little clap. Golf clap. Golf clap for the win.
That's what we like to see. There's a lot of emote options for a little bit of that BM, but I'm liking the clap. Keep it respectful.
Yeah, that's respectful. You know, you could go way worse.
Seti, Chapix, when it comes to them, I'm not sure if the competition is getting worse off for this duo game after game, Reese, because they seem to be in better and better spots, but I'm not seeing a victory royale. And I know last game they survived all the way towards the very end, lost the control a little bit. Top 5 is great, but what's happening? Why isn't that consistent?
I mean, in all honesty, I think Seti struggled this season overall. I truly do. He struggled to find a teammate to start with. He started playing with Noah Rayleigh. That didn't work out. iDrop was in there, and then Chapix now. I think there may have also been another player at some point he was trying out with. And I feel like he's not got the, almost GOAT level status this season as he has in previous. I want to see the performances coming out from him. Potentially it's just he's not been able to figure it out in duos as such as he had absolutely mastered and nailed in trios. He is an absolutely all-star player, undoubtedly, but I've just yet to see like the big performances that I hope will come in time for the finals, assuming obviously that they qualify.
Well, they have to over 3 days at least too. Big thing with that zone pulling to the bottom right, you saw it on the map. I saw some research done on Twitter. Usually I don't have the analytics myself, but here we go.
Yeah,
this zone, the bottom right side, only 16% of the time does it actually lock in terms of zone 1-2. A lot of the times you see games played on the top left side of the map, the northwest. That's about a 27% chance of the zone going that way. So when it comes to the zone to the bottom right at 16, not many players end up playing the game inside even second, third, fourth, especially endgame on this side of the map. So the adaptable players who like to play mid-ground, especially refs guard scram when it comes to the way we've been seeing them play today, they will be at a huge advantage. And I'm glad we're watching this POV because they're setting it up already, right, Reese? We got the gauntlets in hand, the web shooters. We have the whiplash as well to get past this hairy portion of the zone. They're so used to it now. We've kind of gotten used to watching refs guard and scram be outside of zone, go all the way from the top left to the bottom right of the map, but this will be the ultimate test to their game style.
Firstly, as you mentioned, these guys are not getting good zone RNG. These are a lot of south zones. They're a north zone team, but also because that zone's pulling into the kind of southeast side, with the Spider-Man's web shooters that they have, there's going to be a lot of trees that they can use. They can jungle their way through. They can swing all the way past. I think these guys could have some pretty easy rotates up until the 5th zone. Hopefully not caster cursing them as I say that at the same time, but this game is definitely set up for them to do well as long, just assuming that they can actually get into that position without being beamed on rotate like they are kind of right now.
I'm liking the driving from Scram. Refscar 2 is just there like, yeah, shoot at me. I dare you. Sanjay from up top does not even try to get another shot in. I'm pretty sure he did some damage, so that's really good. They save all their tires too. They can definitely use that whiplash later on. You got to remember the second zone, if you have vehicles, you want to keep them healthy, keep them alive, hopefully have the tires online as well. Surge should be coming in soon too. He's 75 alive. There it is. Instantly locks in. That's what we like to see. 180 above for Deceptos and Gonzal. They're looking good today.
Yeah, one of the things actually that for them right now, they're in an okay spot, right? Notice like the layer that they're on. It's just like one layer off the ground. Not great, in all honesty, because the sight lines that they have over these hills isn't that far. But saying that, there is a lot of trees around them, so that extra layer or two elevation probably wouldn't actually open up their sight lines that much. You can see over to this side in particular, right? There's that hill right next to them where they're just cut off. Potentially, if they'd gone up a layer or two, that is the congested side of the zone, they might be able to get a little bit more tags on teams rotating. They're okay in Storm Surge now, but maybe for later zones, that's not going to be enough.
Not at all. They're still going to be consistent throughout the day. So is Scram. When it comes to Zcod and Andy, they had that one game of kind of limelight where they were on height, but then unfortunately past that, you know, it's either a whiplash in the business or Andy's down. So some teams going through some struggles. Kiko, though, with Mosh. I mean, Mosh has been the one that's been more active. Usually we see Kiko with all the elims, the crazy man coming in, the youngin that just goes and dives in every box. But so far, Mosh has been carrying, I feel like, the elims throughout the day.
Definitely, but this zone in particular, this is a home zone for them. This is where they drop. This is the spot that they've been dropping through all the qualifiers. They've been battling left, right, and center for this, and it's actually Ziandi alongside Alex Cott who's been third-partying them off spawn so far. So we've got the two perspectives of the two teams who have kind of had that home zone opportunity for them. So for Kiko and Mosh, like, this is the time to shine, right? They've had that kind of early engagement already. They've got some surge ticked off. They're in a good spot in the zone. Let's just see what they can actually make of that now.
The one thing I like is the different personalities from teams. No way, Rayan.
Dead on Red.
That's like a Spider-Man 2 POV straight out of the movie. That is just tough. Oh my goodness. In a game 4 as well, right before the next one.
You both of them at the same time.
Were they both alive there? That's both of the same exact thing? There's no way. I don't like replaying that stuff a lot of them, but I gotta see a replay of that possibly. Was it a shot?
You'll see a replay on Twitter. I guarantee that on Twitter right now.
Don't let it distract you from the storm surge issues you're seeing right now. Some of the solutions that this team's having. Mosh and Kiko, usually, I mean, you saw it before. Teams struggled to get some damage down, but Mosh finds a knock and almost an elimination, almost two. Inside the zone, still 4 below. They need one more shot.
Trying to go for the double spray through the wall, and 72, so 2 more players still need to go down, and they're literally 1 bullet. If they connect with a single one of these, that's going to put them up above the threshold. And all the teams around them right now who have ears on them understand that these guys are weak. Now with that big beam coming through onto Mosh, the chug splash is wasted at this time. Any team in this vicinity will understand that these guys are weak. They can set up traps for this. You've got guys at Q-Roll, I think, on that far west side from them right now, who could easily just try and set up a trap and let these guys push in. But no, the team below them on the threshold has actually gone down, so now they are up above. And they're just okay, but now look at what has been drained from that. So many heals. All of the chug splashes gone. The only heals remaining now being 2 bigs and 2 minis.
A lot of the times you can use those heals to end up tanking zone a little bit to use your mobility in endgame. They won't have that option. Scram and Restart is showing us exactly how to web zip and whip properly, all the way up to a recyclable launch pad that just spawns with the zone, with the game. They'll be able to use it and have a free rotation in. But I like the fact, Reese, that they wait a little bit for a lot of teams to get ahead first. Take some of that pressure, the distraction, and then follow their builds in from one of the sides. Everyone's focused on low ground. You're talking about the trees. This is why I like that call out, Reese. They get in almost perfectly, no damage taken, and that's just a great swing from them.
Yeah, talking of swings, some of them aren't always going to be as fortunate as others.
Oh, man.
We're going to have a replay of exactly what goes on.
What happened? One shot?
They got shot
That's
out.
Senna.
Vino shot them both out.
Shots?
They got shot
That's
out.
Senna.
Vino shot them both out on their swing as they were going. You have to be careful when you're at high elevations with it. If you get sprayed out, that will still give you that fall damage. That's rough. We're both at the same time.
You know what? At least they went down together. You know, that's the one thing. As teammates,
brothers,
yeah.
That's definitely gonna grow their chemistry as a duo.
Yeah, definitely gonna get the voice comms active inside the lobby before the game.
I'm opening Stena Twitter right now.
I want to see the zone with Seti and Chapix. They're aimed in for the moment. Did they actually get one of the best positions in zone, I feel like, if this base is actually in? That to basically be the airport security, right? Just get to see who comes in and goes out completely all the way down to the final wire. They get to even influence who's beside them. And I like the fact, you were mentioning it, Reese, before, sight lines, having them perfectly situated. They actually build up a little bit more because there are mountains and trees across, and now they have even more angles.
I mean, these guys are veteran Storm Surge players at this point. Like Seti in particular, a player I rarely see struggle with Storm Surge. Chapix, another one of those players who is always able to capitalize on players who are being tagged by Surge, right? Able to really really take advantage of that. But another one of the reasons why they're elevating there is, notice, that's the congested side of the zone, the north side. A lot of those players are going to rotate into them, and if they're in a low layer, they're going to get built over. So if they just build up a little bit, a lot of those players will be down below, underneath them, giving them that good height for that later zone, hopefully if they end up pulling fifth.
That's a POV of a team that's actually bunkered down and ready to go when it comes to playing the zone. For Analytics, Squeeze kind of more nomads overall, and they lose one of the tires. This was a win condition for SETI and Chapix. It's a win condition for Analytics and XSqueeze 2 to have that vehicle up, save a lot of materials, and get towards other portion of the game. That will not be an option now. Still 111 points for them. 74 for Scram overall. That's kind of our top 6 POV entirely, so they're still doing good.
Yeah, this zone's still not great though. Like they've managed to use the Spider-Man to get a little bit closer, but they still have a lot more to go, and look at how many people are in front of them. 153 below, now 77 below the Storm Surge with a long way to rotate, but this is the best reason why you're going to stagger like this. They get to the midpoint of the zone, spray the people at the front who are using those launch pads, get their tags off, and then rotate, but it's still not been enough yet.
Have to solve this puzzle though. Scram on the left side. Let's see William already in. They're swinging right behind everyone's builds and aren't even shot. Build all the way up. A few errors in switching materials, but it's all good. Scram finally taking some of the first damage. We've seen this dual take. And the first shield crack leads to absolute demise. Scram is down.
That's the risk with staggering like that, right? They let the other players catch up, but then they could be held from that exact same thing. Rescard now left as a solo with almost no hard materials. Luckily, the big beam's coming out on the way to travel back, to clap back to get the Storm Surge up above yet again, which was fantastic. But as a solo, again, is this going to be Victory Royale? This has to be some point for the leaderboard to try and get them from 6th where they currently are, hopefully to stay there.
Yeah, they are the line that every single person in this lobby is trying to cross. Solium and Lecce looked comfortable before, but that bed quickly has its springs wrung out, and they are uncomfortable now inside the lobby, waiting for the next game. Andalex, first place overall POV of the lobby in terms of consistency. Can they escape with a win? Are they fine being here and just leading game after game? They've got 2 more to bunker down and hold it with, though, and they're still controlling that low ground.
Any team right now is comfy on a bed with spring. This is a hotel bed for Andalex and XSqueeze. Their comfort is through the roof right now. Materials refreshed. They're in a great, I was going to say great position in zone, but they've just pulled a max distance zone. So maybe spoke a little bit too early. But they do have that whiplash box up there, which I'm not sure if it has been destroyed at this point, but they can rotate around the south, the dead side. Notice all the players who are congested up in that north, they may be able to go down the south. But for Raphael and Crazy, they managed to get themselves a little launch pad and get ahead anyway.
Early pad, everyone's still worried and figuring out what to do. They skip that entire pressure moment. Fast Roki on the box, and you can smell him. He sees Refsguard. He's found out. You cannot hide from Fast Roki, and he picks up that free elimination. It will hinder him in time. Every team has to move.
That's huge for Refsguard in a negative way as well. He was sick. Now going down before the zones start going, the placement hasn't really even started to kick in yet. So this leaderboard switch up is going to be massive going into the final game. So for next game, we have to keep an eye on Refsguard and Scram if they're going to be able to keep up in the leaderboard.
Who's trying to pass them right now? Who can take over their mantle? It's SETI and Chapix on screen. Vortexia also down. Pickle ends up screaming as he gets taken out. Melody denied by Besyptos and Relvis. So everyone is alive, but that's on the backside. It's Besyptos going down on a trade. SETI and Chapix were looking at their box. They were literally at the top side, at the pinnacle of this zone, and they pull the next one again.
Besyptos and Kinzo there were in 5th as well. So currently our 5th and 6th place teams are out. SETI and Chapix, who is in 7th, is easily going to be able to overtake them if they manage to have a massive game here. If not, just pick up the Victory Royale, whilst our first place team of Andalex and XSqueeze are still in it as well.
At the top of the ladder, they're looking down at the rungs fall, and Andalex and XSqueeze are happy about it. No team to be able to come up and catch up. All the ones that are important are falling one by one. All they need to do is make sure this zone run, this maximum pull, the distance works, and they're inside the vehicle. It's at 1/4 of HP, 85, and they finally get out. So greedy, but it works.
Yes, SETI and Chapix in the bottom left. Noah and Aqua in the bottom left, actually. I meant the other direction. I don't know mine either. But here we go. The box starting to jump in, and the players at the backside. Noah and Aqua probably going to have to start to go for high ground at some point. But no, they're getting an engagement with Flodax. The team that they're fighting off spawn at the opposite side, they're deciding to disengage, not get into that full engagement. But look at the materials, 39. This is not a game-winning loadout. As the players start to go past the box, they get in. Noah's down. Aqua also down at the same time. Flip-flop all over the place. But up on high ground, the team who's managed to keep keep things sturdy, keep the concrete under their feet is Joe and Vino up on high ground.
You can hear it. Peace. Tranquility for Joe and Vino, but it's interrupted quickly as Relvis comes straight all the way up for height again. This man can't stop. He's hungry for it. He had one taste, and he gets denied a dish. Best served cold is revenge for Joe and Vino on that one. They were denied in that game number 3. This time, they're not going to be there to be able to get stopped at all. The people that were stopping off spawn, not here whatsoever. Taste and Thomas have gone straight to the finals, so height will be free for them for now. Seti and Chapix, though, on mid-ground, they're going to have some trouble navigating this layer.
Still got plenty of materials left to their name, but notice they're still in 7th place right now. They haven't even overtaken the 2 teams who managed to be eliminated by them at this moment. So great positioning awareness from him, but they're going to have to ensure that they keep going deeper into the zones if they're going to be able to up on the leaderboards.
17 teams still inside the business, and one person straight on their floors. It could be an easy pickup, but it's going to be on the left side. Fast Stroke jumping up and down in the box, trying to free Kylie of this trap, and Seti and Chapix will not be able to capitalize just yet. Foldax goes down, and everyone has a moment of peace before that zone locks in again.
This looks like it's going to be Joe and Vino's game to win. They're set up for victory right now, up on high ground, but down on the mid. Seti and Japix still managing to tunnel their way through, down to only Wood remaining. This is the point where these players are going to go for a refresh. The pre-edit play comes in. The double spray comes down with a high fire rate weapon. The player dropped into their box, but no, he's managed to escape, get out. They're going for it yet again, but those players have disengaged. They've dissed out of there, and it's not going to be the player that they can pick up the elimination on.
X squeeze down in the zone on the backside. It's Milad who's fighting him way in the past in a different game entirely. Meanwhile, in the current present, looking to the future, Vino and Joe are on high ground. All in on their materials, though. It's Wood. The reconnect is there. Positioning perfect from Joe and Vino. No pressure whatsoever, and no team close enough to be able to take height. They control the launch pads. They control the air. Meanwhile, at the ground, it's Chapix now face to face with absolute destruction, and he goes down too. They will not be able to secure a position for a win. But for Joe and Vino, this looks too easy.
It is Clement left as a solo, losing Floki out. This is just a day of solo pop-offs, and here we go with Clement now. 0 builds to his name. The player down below underneath his box. He's going to have to start aiming, getting the shot through. The 90 connects, but no, the zone is now catching up. He's only got 3 seconds of tick. It's talked, and he's out.
Absolutely too close for him right there, but still up on height. It's free. Like rain, these shots are firing straight to the ground, and there is no umbrella to be able to stop the damage. Vino and Joe are looking too good here. 5 eliminations. No team I see at the moment is there healthy enough to wrap them up and try to contest them up top in this game. Milad finally down as well. Vico and Yaisha moving in, but they're also just completely confused and razzled as to where to go. They're looking up, getting denied. That's not looking too good either. All on Wood. Injury down to Krusty. They're falling down to the low ground. It's Fast Roger gets picked apart on the right side. Another big edit. Cone slide in, and Vico's making it look too good and easy. They have a little bit of control, and they might have a chance to go for that final 2v2.
This could be the first time they make a finals. These are the newcomers, the pop-offs of the season. Vico been streaming everything all season, making the finals the Cash Cup, solo, duos, whatever it is, and this could be their time to shine. But up on high ground, Vino and Joe are getting the height taken from them. Vino's got no materials, so he has to drop down as the 1v1 goes up onto the height. It's a solo. I gotta think it's maybe hard find, but Vino starts to go up this way, and the huge shot up down, and the massive down below. Vino has been training the aim since All Stars. He's hitting the shots that matter. It's a 2v1 situation. This is a highlight moment of his career right now to qualify him through for the finals. It's a 1v1 because Joe has gone down at the backside of the zone, and it's going to go to Vino and Joe with 8 eliminations.
Vino, that was insane! A swing, a hit, no misses, just bangers from the man, and that is how you qualify to finals.
That is a highlight play for the books right there. The swing up onto height using the Spider-Man, the max damage, the drop to low ground, another max damage, absolutely clinical. This is why people rate this player so high for Vino.
That is the best play of the entire chapter, possibly, that I've seen in semifinals in general. We've had reboot rounds that get crazy, but I've never seen such clinical precision like this. A pixel to hit, and he does it. Snap, instant, inhuman reactions. I mean, Vino, this should not be possible.
I keep talking about Twitter clips. If this isn't on Twitter in the next 2 minutes whilst we're here, I don't know what's going on. That is absolutely incredible. You got to think the impact that this is going to have on the drop slots now that Tayson and Thomas HD have qualified from Condo, or not Condo at the same time, Covert. They're so similar. They're both C's, you know. They both qualified from this drop slot now. That now leaves it open for other teams to go there. They're noticing that launchpad potential is going to be there in that drop slot. Players are winning from there. I think in this next game we could see see a ton of players switch that up.
Hey, Covert Cavern is running our entire semifinals so far today, and the best clips we've seen throughout the day. So Zeke, Levin, Sundown, what else can we expect from such a drop?
Fortnite fam, I'm so thankful you guys could not see my physical body just absolutely flailing like a fish out of water after watching Vino's performance. Literally, we interviewed him, and he said one of the biggest tips that he could teach someone is knowing when to turn it on. And in that moment, that literally flashed before his eyes. This is my opportunity. We can go to finals right here. And Levin, Reese, this happens after Tayson and Thomas win the last game, right? So they dip. That means that they start this game with Covert uncontested and then immediately come back to win, Levin?
It's this moment right here when he realizes no materials, I've got to make a play, and he drops down and instantly hits the one striker pump that, I'll be real. There are not many things you will see better than that when watching Fortnite. That was truly beautiful. And then the win as well. Wow, Vino, I'm honestly lost for words. That was just spectacular.
Yeah, those might have been one of just like the best all-around clips ever of showing what you're capable of and just going up, no builds whatsoever. It reminds me a lot of the Boyer clip all the way back in Winter Royale, where it's like you work with the resources you're given, and then sometimes you just put it all together, and it's beautiful. And I mean, the left-handed shot when swinging up, and that's what he was going for. He can't throw himself up above. He's not going to take that 50-50. He was trying to get that first shot, and then the insta 152 on the way down. That was just the cherry on top, the icing on the cake, whatever metaphor Shao Wager wants to use, throw them all right there.
The walking paradox himself, my goodness. I mean, once again, when it just comes down to raw technical ability, you're seeing it put on full display from Vino there in just literally 5 seconds. 5 seconds of gameplay. Absolutely ridiculous. And we cannot forget, this means Covert Cavern is now completely open. And this is it, guys. We have one game left to try and get either a victory royale or to jump up into top 6 and hope to just make it through in semifinals day 1. There's still so much to play for, and there's still so much that can happen. Really quickly, I just want to touch on another duo, though, Seti and Chapix. I mean, we keep seeing them make it to the end game. They keep making waves on whatever layer they're on, and this could be their opportunity, Levin. They very well could pick up the victory out now.
Yeah, and it's going to have to come at some point. Two of the better players in the region, you know, Resource was waxing lyrical about them earlier, and rightfully so, because these are names that rightfully they shouldn't be in the semis, if we're just being real. And so you'd expect them to be already in the finals, but they've got to pick things up. They've got to find some sort of rhythm in these end games, because like you said, they just keep having these issues where they're getting caught in the backside and not quite able to have the game you'd expect them to have. I'm worried about them. I am starting to get worried, but they have so many more games. They have a couple other sessions as well. And ideally, you don't want to have to go to session 2 and 3 if you're in session 1, but there is those options there for them.
Yeah, and we've already seen a ton of veterans going through. Basically, everyone except Vortex has been in the scene forever. So if you think somebody was going to win Game 5 when all the pressure is on, I would want to give it to one of those duos who's been around for a while. With that being said, though, I could also see Andalex and Xqueeze stealing the spot away when they've already ended up being in the top 6. So if that ends up happening, there's a lot of potential for somebody to push up into just kind of that second, that third place spot, get a bunch of eliminations, and steal away a qual in this final game.
It is absolutely insane. Sundown, anything could happen. Game number 6, we've seen it time and time and again, and we're going to see it again. Vino and Joe, they do claim one of those spots. Now, don't forget, we still have 2 more days of this, all right? Nobody freak out. This is just day number 1, okay? We get 2 more days of crazy action like this, swapping up duos coming in saying, no, we watched yesterday, we VOD reviewed, we're ready, we know Covert's open, we know that PY is open, and we're going to alpha up on this other one. Absolutely insane. Here it is, okay? Check this out. Steady
4 through 9.
We just talked about, right? Like, this is so insane. And just think, after 2 more days of Fortnite action, these names that we're so used to seeing from FNCS to FNCS may not make it to finals, Sundown. It's a scary thought.
Yeah, but they still have plenty of time. Don't forget, there's one more game today.
Yes.
Then our top 6 will be going through. Then there's 5 matches tomorrow, and there's 6 on Sunday. So still plenty of Fortnite to be played if you're in that first pool of duos. But each match that passes is one less opportunity. And as we've seen, duos are seizing their opportunities and they're running with it. So you need somebody who, as Vino says, just turn it all the way on, Levin, right? Just turn it on, easy.
Yeah.
So good. This is it, Fortnite fam. Game number 5 here in Europe. Let's see how this all unfolds. Who will claim the victory royale, and which teams will end in that top 6 spot? Reese, shy a wager. Back over to you.
Thank you very much, the Zeke and the boys. Look, our leaderboard's setting up real nicely right now. That 4th through to 9th is really important because that top 6, like I mentioned, is the teams who are going to qualify. 1 point between 1, 1, 1 all the way down. It's looking super duper close right now. I'm excited to get in this next game and figure out who's getting that final victory royale, but also who that top 6 is going to be.
Yeah, I mean, it's a waterfall of a leaderboard, basically, right? Any single droplet here and there can change the whole flow of how things look, and we still have one winner, right? 33rd place, 50th place overall. I still have trios in my mind. It doesn't matter. They win the game. It's a low ground clutch. It's a Vino moment. They're going to the finals. It's the final game now, game 5 of session 1. Let's get the semis rocking.
Semis is rocking, but we will be rolling into game number 5, the final match of the day. The one victory royale to separate everyone. Every single team that goes down off spawn now absolutely critical to the leaderboards and their chances at making the finals. We're starting off yet again at the Daily Bugle. The fight, the 50-50 between Noah Aqua and alongside Splash's team.
Line 4, team roll in. Maybe one down. The fall damage. Splash is trying his best to stay alive. James Ador Aqua has a grasp, a firm hold on the neck of the Bugle, and he wins once again. It's going to be an easy wrap-up, but can they do anything with this, Reese? The 3rd game, they're free from the Daily Bugle, but the 3rd game where they struggle to stay alive in the end game.
I'm not feeling so confident anymore, I'm really not. I mean, we need to calm down. My boy, I'm all over after that last game. Still, I got chairs right now. I want to focus on this. I want to see the Aqua and Noah. I want to see them absolutely dominate, right? The first 2 games we saw, they didn't come off spawn. They lost it. This has been a complete flip round now that they've managed to obviously win off spawn. They've got the loot that they need. They're absolutely stacked on this kind of west side of the Daily Bugle, but like we mentioned, they're just not capitalizing on it when it comes to the end games. I don't know if the height retakes aren't good. I don't know, we've not seen a huge amount of the actual fun. We did see that the mid game last game was a bit shambles from them. So hopefully this game they can kind of turn it around.
Hopefully Aqua all turned around right now. Splash getting a big shot right onto him with that shotgun. Unfortunately though, he's starting to get a little bit taken over. He had the element of surprise. That's gone. Now it's just pressure and bullets from all sides. 2 mats left now. Has to utilize position, the staircase, but the chunk splashes will give away what Larry.
SMG strong.
Will force the lobby to play to their pace and hit top 6.
Nah, they're going for the win.
No?
Nah, they're going for the win. They're 46 points at this point. Let me hit a little refresh on the leaderboard, do some mental arithmetic, our strong suit for today. They probably need, I don't know, a 10, 15 elimination
45
game.
points, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And let's be real, with the play style, the understanding that Aqua and Noah put out there, it's win. It's a victory royale moment. Remember, if we go back to the actual Grand Royale, Aqua in the final game of the qualifier was the team who ended up winning it. So, you know what? Maybe history will repeat itself.
Seen a lot of historical performances today as well, just from certain players, certain pop-offs we were expecting that didn't come true. Nice block from Aqua there too. Just stopping the rhythm of that shotgun, that's the key to kind of triumphing over it, right? Like you want to make sure when you're up against the auto shot, you want to, maybe block off one of the shots, force the next person to build, because the pullout time is so long for the gun to get online again.
It's interesting. It actually has a really high like damage output, DPS, but
yeah,
most people don't hit the shots because it's such a large spread. You know, if you're not in their face, you know, sometimes you're better off just using the SMG to spray back. You're going to hit a higher amount of DPS damage onto those opponents at that time. But you know what? In these early game fights, sometimes you don't have many options to choose from. We've seen a lot of players rock with a heavy shotgun. You have to be good at this season.
Open up the dictionary right now, and I'm looking at the word desperation. It's linking me to these teams in the broadcast for the moment. 33rd, 23rd, and 16th. None of these guys are close towards the top 6. They all need the win. They need the massive refreshes, the elims as well. It's tough overall for Coop too. They have just swapped from drop to drop to drop, and they're trying to go all in at Covert Cavern. They understand, Reese, that 2 teams aren't here, right? The 2 teams that have won, but I think every other person on the map understands that too. I'm seeing strangers that I'm not used to in this spot. Kane and Cruel are the only ones that actually live here.
Yeah, it's interesting because Flois is the team who's definitely switched over. Coop is still rotated through instead after switching their drop up multiple times. And it seems now, obviously, Indret has just been finished by Cruel there in the feed. So it's not working out for the team who's managed to switch up. Kane and Cruel are setting themselves up for a big victory now, especially, you know, they're only 23rd on the leaderboard. So they need...
They are kind of in their, you know, post, what's it called, the next day after leg day, so to speak. Like, what I'm trying to say,
they're in the domes.
Their calves are just shivering, man. I feel like I've seen them in good spots, but they just choke. It's been 2 games at least that they've made it towards mid-end game, but I don't think they have that experience of just winning a game at this caliber overall. Maybe we have some stats on the back end to see how they do in semis and finals overall, but it seems like today it's just not been online.
Worst thing about the leg day. The second day after that, though.
That's what I was saying.
They're in the day after right now. I'm thinking about tomorrow. How are they going to do when it comes to that second day? I'm worried for their stability. I'm telling you.
Yeah, no, I feel like with the experience with slow going onwards, it's really good to play a game when all aspects of your game are under your control. When you have a drop spot that's so contested, so splintered, and every game it's changing, that's where maybe you don't have the stability in your legs or anything at all. So tomorrow when they're rolling in, maybe no team comes to Covert. That is an untrue statement because we know they're probably going to be 3 again. But they've had 6 games or 5 games of experience today rolling in, you know, at least against 2 God squads and know how to just break it down.
Well, for Kane and Crow, like, the thing is, anytime they've got to a set lobby environment, they've not managed to be in the top 10 at all, right? So when it came to all the 3 cash cups they made finals, just 3 of them, not managed to get a victory royale in any of them, and the best placement was 12. So it's like, they're not really hitting the markers they need to, but this team has never made it to an FNCS finals before. So, you know, there are a new team, they're a more inexperienced team this season that are on the come up. So if they're managed to pop off the victory royale, like, this is a first time for them. They're managed to make it a first time in the finals, which, you know, we all love to see, let's be real.
Yeah, emerging moment on the big stage. That's what we want to see entirely. 2 duels as well when we're talking about finals. They're returning from the previous MNCS duo.
Refsguard Scram number 1.
Yeah.
It's 2 duos. I'm going to look at the duo list. Just I could screen share if you want. I'm not checking the replays. I have a horrible memory.
One of them. Is it Mustache Malabuka is the other, or am I tripping?
No. I think it's. I've got one in my brain.
Yeah.
I think it's.
Tusen Butrick? Last week, I should remember this.
Yeah.
I think it might be Tusen Butrick.
I think it is. I'm gonna check if I'm right. Actually, wait. I can check because I've got that.
They're gonna tell us in like 3 seconds.
No, I was wrong. Oh well.
Oh, you were wrong. I'm not locking that. Be Floki
Clement. Actually, no.
Nice.
That's a rookie move. At least you know I didn't cheat now.
Oh, I completely cheated, you know? That's just how it goes. We had this conversation, I think, with analytics and everyone in the call. I still don't remember. Unfortunate. What I do remember, though, is Coop's entire day so far. It's been rough with Frack.
Clement played with Kaizen in Chapter 2.
Oh, okay, true. So a little bit of a
unless it was in some of the qualifiers. So I'm just putting that out there.
What we do know, though, is that after this duos finals, many other duos are going to want to come back again as well for the next one. So we'll see how it rocks and rolls. Chavez and Seti, although they might not be, you know, teammates that played together in the last duos finals or anything like that, in this one, I feel like they're finally kind of finding their form of being halfway 24/7 between two good angles and spots. It just seems like sometimes they're kind of tossed a bit too wide in that decision. They get stretched apart a little bit too much in making decisions back and forth. You're talking about shadowing each other. This teams do a good job of that overall. But what are the issues we're seeing so far today from them?
A lot. Unfortunately, like, firstly, if you look at, like, the Victory Royale stats, trying to get a win isn't their play style, not necessarily. They're going to play from the low ground. We've seen them in some of the Cash Cups get 10 elimination Victory Royales from the low, but not necessarily the guys that are going to go up in the high ground in this. And they're not managed to get deep into those in games. They're not able to get that, like, good layer, the good tarping. They need a good setup, right? It's that mid game. It's the 5th zone prior to that. If they get there with, like, a cap material to get into that position, so it's the early and mid they're really struggling with here.
Once again, we're down to Rocky. Talking about Refsguard and Scram right now, and how buffed up their calves must be. We're talking about leg day a little bit. The team has had to move over and over and over again towards this desert zone, and I feel like that's a good and a bad thing overall, because obviously having that rotation is tough, but a lot of the times the teams that lose or end up having some of those split decisions not go the right way, they end up learning a lot more over the day, and their later games get that much stronger. So if there is a power game for Refsguard and Scram to clock in, it has to be this one. They've learned the patterns. You saw them overcome crazy.
Well, I think what's also interesting is the fact that when you get far zones, a lot of time you saw them, they're boxing up really high on the edge of the congested side, so players rotate through, they can be totally fine. Whereas other players who pull zone, kind of like X-Squeeze and Andlex, sit on that kind of less congested side, the dead side of the zone, and a lot of the times they struggle more with Surge. Not this game in particular, but it's a really interesting dichotomy of being able to get zone or not.
Exactly, and even if they do or don't, the identity I put on Refsguard and Scram, like from day one, no matter on what team they're on, is just their duo synergy. The fact that they're like glue together. And for some reason today, that identity is not showing through, right? Where we see them mess up, just in that previous game we just watched, is them not shadowing each other. Not staying side by side. Refsguard goes first. I think it was Scram that goes first, gets shot up a little bit. Refsguard's left by himself. It seems like when these guys move, they're no longer the Refsguard and Scram on rotation that we used to, fanboy over and look at how good they are sticking together. There's something different today. It might just be them really wanting to win.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, they're on the bubble, realistically. Yeah. They're so close to qualifying. This game is what it all comes down to. Can they hit the top 6 threshold? And this match is the last one, right? And again, like we already mentioned, they are at a negative with the zone. They're going to have to rotate that max distance. With them boxing up on that full congested side, they're going to have to choose when to rotate then. And like you said, but we'll have to see when it comes to that next zone.
Every time I watch them, I want to mention that, just looking at how they're actually moving. Are they together? Jocks and Skies, who they work the best when they're actually bullying other teams. They like to ping pong between different boxes, go for these aggressive fights, try to get as many refreshes as possible. It worked in game number 1. They got close a little bit towards the end, but every other game after that, they've been kind of denied. Basketball stuffed on the backboard, and this time too, going for a party, or not a party, a little bit of a fight on the right side, but get third partied from the bottom side. This is beside Tilted. We know it's a hub that everyone likes to move through completely, right, Reese? So they're going to have a lot of teams visiting their box.
Depends what your definition of a party is, really.
True.
Yeah, I've been to some parties that look like this, unfortunately.
You edit walls? Some drywall stuff at parties? Is that what you do?
I just meant, there's two people, they're fighting, it's kind of lame.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But yeah, this is actually not entirely why I wanted to say, but that doesn't matter. But yeah,
Reese likes to do some construction at parties. I mean, if you guys want to, go crazy and remodel your living room, this is the guy.
Hit me up. Hit the Twitter DM. But again, actually, importantly, this is against Refsguard and Scram, right? We mentioned the position they set up, and they are now absolutely chilling on Surge. You can see 528 above in that bomb right there. Amplify and Flodax, the team that's trying to fight them. It's a bit of a sad story, actually, for Flodax in particular. He was duoing with Rifty for the entire season. They look super good this season, a really good up-and-coming duo, but Rifty actually is on holiday. But at the same time, it's like he wasn't able to play the finals, so they ended up switching duos at last minute, and making it here to semi-finals for Flodax with Amplify is really, really good. It would be really cool to see kind of Flodax in particular make it through to the finals, just based on the situation that he's had to switch up his teammate that he's been playing with really well.
Everyone really adapting well to change. Lots of duos looking hungry right now too. So let's talk about stakes. And I'm not talking the meat, I'm talking about, what we're looking at inside these games. We've been focusing on the Victory Royale game after game because whoever wins goes straight forward to the finals. Now in game 5 out of 5, I know you're usually used to watching 6 back home, but this is the final game of the night so far for EU. And the top 6 also qualify through consistency. So you can see on the bottom left, you'll see the teammates, name card, and right above them, the number overall. Even on that big fly-in, the camera angles up in the air, you'll see some numbers besides some teammates. That is their place overall. For Wax and Milad, who are down on Surge right now, they're 23rd overall. This might be the end of their journey today. But focus on who is in the top 6, because whoever that is will also qualify for finals, and that storyline is finally coming into fruition in this game, as it is the last game.
I would also probably extend that out, maybe to, like, if you see a team who's in the top 10, absolutely a team who can qualify as well. You know the top 6 are the teams who are in the qualification slot, but if they're in the top 10, like Rescar and Scrammas, as we're flying past right now, we have the absolute perfect chance for these guys to clutch up. In particular, we've mentioned these guys multiple times this game, but it is just because they are on the bubble, and they're in such a strong position in terms of their materials, in terms of their HP, surge, everything. We know this is the game that they could pop off in. And
they're at 75 points overall. In terms of 6th, it'll be Seti and Chapix that we're looking at right now. They are at 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Yeah, it is Seti and Chapix, just double checking. Math has been rough today. They're at 89 points. So there is a gap. There's a gap right now. 14 points overall that Rescar and Scram need to climb over. While Seti and Chapix are alive, they've been coming in really good spots overall. 4th place, 13th, 10th. They're getting placement. This looks tough for every team behind them.
Yeah, this is the bubble right now. We see 90 points now that the next placement threshold has kicked in. This is the team who's currently in 6th place. Remember, it could all switch up, though. If a team in the top 6 manages to pick up a victory royale, that threshold is going to go down because they will auto-qualify through. But remember, any team that you're seeing, if you see them above that threshold, they are going to overtake it and be in the qualification slot.
So we're looking at 90 points. That is what's there to beat, and Seti's the one defending it for now. Ziptos 88 right there. Aqua and O'Reilly, you can see the differences. One team on the bottom right side who's playing consistent. Right there, it's pressure. One team on the bottom left that's just been rough and looking for the win. Instead, with 47 points, it's impossible to catch up to 90 now.
Look at Deceptos and Kinzel. This is the team, like we said, on the bubble. Super close to qualifying. Only 2 points behind, but still in 8th place. That should tell you how close things are, but in the map in the bottom right. Look at the congestion on the edge of the zone. So many players will need to make this rotate, and with Kinzel Deceptos down to 70 builds each, they have a couple peppers, but look at the sheer amount of players who are all going to have to rotate at the same time. It's a game of cat and mouse. Who's going to go first? Who's going to create the builds to tunnel in? Seti on the other side of the zone, struggling a little bit, but nowhere near as much as the rest of them.
It's a crescent moon of players on the left side, and the sun is about to rise. This is going to be tough. 16 seconds until they have to move. Leave the desert. Leave the cold night into greener pastures on the right. But at the same time, there's a river all the way in between. There's so many teams based up right above the reels looking at free tags. And even Seti, who's on a very dead type of side on the right, there's still a few teams around him. He's getting picked apart from all angles.
Rough for him. Deceptos almost going down there, down to 5 HP before he pops the med mist. Keeping himself back up, but again, not made the rotation. The majority of the players in the zone have managed to push them there. There's also below Storm Surge 119. This is probably one of the most pivotal rotations he's going to make this season. 8th place on the leaderboard. So much below Storm Surge. Has to manage to make his way in. And then on top of that, do something, deal some damage. This could be the player I was going to say that he does it against, but no, it is his teammate instead. It's Kinzel. I was thinking the big one pump might come out there. This unaware player, but no, he's letting his teammate in.
Yeah, Deceptos with the unusual strat of med misting in front of a player in a box. Not chill. That's his teammate. That's his partner. I like these predator walls, but gotta remember, you cause noise, everyone else notices, it might just absolutely break down Jenga Tower style. This is not going to be something you're going to be looking forward to. You want to make sure all pieces solidified, your base looks good, but at the same time, 170 damage below, it might be time to topple the tower. Deceptos and Kinzel inside the box, and this will be good damage. It's not going to be enough, though. Yes, a refresh. Yes, elimination points is going to be good, but just 8 above. That'll be 16 below momentarily. They're going back and forth. A seesaw of doom. They want to be on the top side.
Yeah, still 8 players need to go down, and this surge threshold just going to get worse and worse unless they pick up one of the teams that's actually above them on the leaderboard. But right now, Mirza's up above him in the lobby, and they're going to go for that double spray because he seems to be a solo. The surge now ticking down on his HP. They know it. They can't out-heal it. They're going to start jumping into the box. It seems like, yeah, the 2v1 situation comes. They understand that he is just a solo in that box since it's just a single there, but no shots connected, no luck at all. They're going to have to look for players that are managing to tarp onto this next zone at any point. But here we go, still 7 players need to go down, 16 below. 1 bullet will put them over at this point, but they just can't seem to connect. The padders hit Kinzel, please, no, and they're down to 89 below. It's over, it seems like, potentially for them. Kinzel goes down to Siptos. No, he manages to pick up the elimination to Mirza, and he's above the threshold.
Above the threshold, but at what cost? Lost inside the zone. The miss will only tick for a little bit. He's found the pad, gliding in, but his teammate is down. At 6th place, now he is the line. The work done there, I mean, if you want to call it work, it got him to this point, but all the eggs are into Siptos' basket. He has to carry his team across the line and stay alive in 6th place.
Almost no ammo to work with when it comes to the AR either, so he can't even spray to pick up eliminations to get some of that siphon back. On high ground, Seti and Chapix, however, on the commanding position in the lobby, 5th on have a good game here, and this should be a guaranteed qualification from them. Unlike Deceptos, who we know is on the bubble as a solo with nothing to work with on the low ground, this is going to be intense, ain't it?
Definitely is. We saw Seti and Chapix in this position, though. They had a max moving zone. This time they get the zone and can work with it. That being said, I know there's a bunch of launch pads up and around. Where's Kane and Cruel? I just saw them right on Seti's POV. They have 2 pads to work with and can really interrupt height. They're in a very good spot near the backside as well to do so. The question is, can Seti and Chapix hold on?
If you're them, you don't want to hold on to height. You want to hold on in the game for placement, but you are not trying to go. There's going to be players trying to psycho up, trying to hit the launch pad, and here we go. This is the moment. Moving zones have begun. This is the time where the placement's really going to start kicking in. Seti and Chapix just need to do something good here.
There might be 20 teams that end up landing on them right here. There's only about 6 that want to see apart the whole game, so rightfully so. They back up in the zone. They launch pad out. They'll be safe for now. Deceptos by himself. He goes down. We'll know exactly what 6th place looks like and who needs to hit it. 95th right now. I want to stay with that 6th place stream throughout the entire game as it swaps back and forth, unless Deceptos does the impossible. Breaking through metal bills. He's on the very backside of zone. No pads. 2 web zips to go, but nothing really looking good at all for him on this backside. He finds a tarp. This looks really good for him overall. Gets the move, but once again, Reese, 148 below, now down to 176. He's going to be forced to fight here with 11 people to go down with 79 HP. This is looking rough.
Loki went down in the Olympiad too, which is super important because they're right next to him on that leaderboard in your bottom right. Refsguard and Scram still up in this as well, but they're down to 70, now up to 82 points, sorry. So they are down in 9th. They're actually significantly further behind the 6th place team, which is currently at 98 points of the Deceptos. He's just trying to heal out the Storm up in that top right-hand corner, but still so much behind Stormster, trying to do whatever he can. On the left, you're going to see up on high ground, it seems like Lechi and Swilliam potentially going for it, and Schmecky, it's a complete mess. This is exactly what I mentioned. The team's going up, left, right, and center, but back with Deceptos. No anything really to work with at this point, but he has managed to accrue himself some AR ammo, so this could be a spray elimination that he may need to keep himself up here.
Wild Boar on the low ground. He's not going to be able to look up at all. We'll see if he ends up surviving. Kane and Cruel are going for height. Aqua and O'Reilly there too. It's a 3-way fight. No O'Reilly all the way up top. There's another pad, but it gets denied all the way on the bottom side. Yes, sir, indeed. Aqua and Noah O'Reilly have gained height in the semifinals. It's chopped by Kane and Cruel. Retake by Noah, though. He gets the rebuild and once again goes for the big shot. It's all aggression for this team, and they connect side by side once more up against 2 launch pads. Aqua and Noah Riley win the fights. No, it's a chop down, though.
Chop down
Aqua,
again. It's
can he touch it?
Same thing.
It's fine.
It's the same thing as Pandemonium. It's chaos up on the high ground, but Noah Riley and Aqua are still fighting for it. If anyone's going to hit the mechanical blades, then. But now down to no builds. Aqua goes down at the same time, leaving Noah as a solo. He's going to try spraying to the box. It's a 1v2. He hits the shots to connect. He hits the knock onto that. Now that's Kane that's going to go down, leaving Cruel as a solo, a 1v1. So many materials. 60 builds left to Noah.
There's a new team on high ground as well. Who is that? Kane's down. Cruel's in the box down below. Noah can get him down completely, but he has matches to just go by himself. It's Sanji. Sanji and Vo, who've been there every single game, like a shadow behind the scenes. They're finally here in the light, but he gets stuffed out too. Sanji, low on HP. He's basically interrupted so many teams in the mid-game. Finally alive in the end, though. Both going for a few picks left and right, but it's builds that are just too hard to penetrate down below. Metal, brick, nothing to really spray down with those MK7s, and Noah Riley's going straight for height again. 2 more web zits. 2 big shots too. Fovis down 105 with that 2v2. It looks kind of crazy from Noah Riley. He has one more obstacle on his way. It's Sanji, 3 builds above. Who's got the materials though? Noah Riley. It's all or nothing right now for you, my friend. But do you have the builds to be at the high table? Can you go for the big shots? He identifies the player. Sanji up in the sky. Big shot with the Spider-Man gauntlets, but he misses for the first time. Noah Riley now running a little bit low on mats. Goes for a bit of that pressure on the right side. Jumps back towards the back and then takes height. The movement is absolutely phenomenal, and Noah Riley has the high ground.
Just him left up by himself. If he goes down on this, it's over for this particular day. He has to pick up the victory royale, but there's teams going up for it. He's making the mechanical plays down to 1 build, drops down to low, but it's over for Noah Riley.
He's down. Chapix, Seti, first place overall for the moment. They're rolling in and possibly also going for the win. This is a clinical display of how to win the final game. Nuts from Chapix, absolutely glorious from Seti, and that's how you rock in the final game of the semifinals. They're going straight towards the top.
I think a thing that we potentially just missed out on at the exact same time there was Mustache and Malabuka moving up to what was 7th. However, with that victory royale, that will be them up into 6th now, actually. So for Mustache and Malabuka, clutched up massive in the end game, but a huge congratulations to Chapix and Seti for not only being first, but picking up the victory royale in the final game, and in style, missing one shot, but hitting the next.
A symphony of results all the way towards the very end, from the top of the board all the way down to the 6th. That qualify, absolutely beautiful from Seti and Chapix. A nice run from Noah Riley and Aqua as well, was so close. And to see Kane and Cruel Reese all the way at the end, going toe-to-toe with some absolute Fortnite legends. That's what we like to see.
I mean, that had my heart racing. I was ready for the Aqua and Noah comeback. I'm thinking, is this Grand Royale? Is it the qualification system? It's the same thing. Final game, ready for them just to go all the way up to height. But, I mean, we've got to give it props to them. They tried in that final game. They put on an absolute show, but they were absolutely no match for Seti and Chapix overall.
Absolutely not. It was so close and an awesome day overall. The format is great. That's it, though, from me and Reese. Reese, by the way, that was an absolute blast, man. So much fun casting with you.
That was amazing. That was great. I mean, you get to cast Shio. This is the day made. Let's be real.
We have to see exactly what Zeke, Sundown 11 think on the desk, because today was an absolute glorious day of Fortnite.
Thank you guys so much. My goodness, this was insane. This is the storylines, Levin and Sundown. You know, we talk about these things, right? We literally just talked about Seti and Chapix before we began this game. I'm telling you, it's like we're writing the book ourselves. Congratulations to them for finding themselves that little moment to just say, in game number 6, we're going to walk away. We're going to earn that victory out, and now they don't have to worry, Levin. They can just take it easy and wait for finals.
Yeah, I want to say I wasn't ever doubting it, but for a moment I did start to doubt it. You know, we're tickling through all them 5 games, and I'm thinking to myself, surely these guys don't choke, right? But as we said throughout the day, this is one of the better duos in terms of when you're looking at the personnel, and they finally got things going in that final game. Sundown, they did it eventually, right? But they will be playing in the finals.
They did it eventually, but additionally, too, they did it through consistency and getting the victory royale, which has some very interesting implications on the leaderboard, as Shio and Reese ended up talking about. I think Malabuka and Mustache might have snuck their way right into a qualifying spot. We saw them, and I believe it was 2 or 3 of those end games. They were very much so getting the consistency and placement points, but with Chapix and Seti closing it out with the victory royale, stealing a bunch of points away from other teams as well, and then auto-qualifying, they did a ton of duos, a bunch of help here at the end.
Absolutely. I just can't believe this, man. And just look across the board, right? There's so many of these duels that almost made it, right? I look at Noah Riley coming into that final moment, being left alone. Top 3, and it just wasn't meant to be, at least for now. But the question becomes then, Levin, did they make it in that top 6 today, right? Did they earn enough points to maybe just make it through, or will they have to come back tomorrow to try and fight once again for another victory royale or one of those top 6 spots?
Look, it's going to be close. I don't know if they did, right, in terms of how many points they had when Noah Riley eventually did go down. But, you know, you're right in terms of when we saw that guy Noah going up for height, we did sort of start thinking, oh, hold on a minute.
Oh, no, yeah.
Is this happening? And look, Noah Riley did spectacularly, right, in terms of as a solo, really trying to just take the game by the scruff of his neck and making it his own. But then as you can see here, it did just sort of crumble. And you're always going to have struggles as a solo on high ground, especially where his resources started to whittle. And then you have Seti and Chapik looking up at height. It's never going to be an easy situation. But But look, for these guys, the only sort of silver lining is, look, a lot of the best teams in these sessions have qualified through to the finals now. So if you didn't actually make it through today, in theory, it should be easier for you in the next couple for these guys.
Slinger out, you might have been able to just get a nice little loot llama rain right down on top of the shot player.
What if I could do it? Let me try. Unfortunately, it did not work out today, but remember, it's still okay. We have 2 more days of competition, 2 more chances. Let's take a look at the winners from these first 5 games. This is semifinals day number 1. If you're just tuning in, I'm telling you, you missed some of the craziest games. And if you take away anything, go back and watch game number 4. I'm telling you, Bino and Joe there finding themselves the victory royale in the craziest play I think I've seen so far. You need to make time and at least go watch the end game. But again, congratulations to our winners here. Remember, the victory royale ensures automatic qualification to finals. But now, Levin, Sundown, what we have to do is take a look at this right here. Our standings, we got to see which of the top 6 have made it in. And right now, First Dash and Malabuka, they make it through. But look, Levin, turn your attention to 10th. Loki and Clement, they were not, I mean, it wasn't close, but it is close, you know?
Yeah, those guys didn't quite get the job done, but of course they have tomorrow and Sunday as well. When you look at that top 6, though, a lot of really strong duos made it through. Of course, Malabuka and Mustache sneaked their way in. Kinzel the Sixers going to now be battling it out against DKS's duo and Benji and Savage at Tilted Towers next weekend. And of course, and the Let's It Squeeze did a brilliant job to get in second. And look, Groves and Kowski, actually, this is the first time they're going to be making it into a finals themselves, right? So a really, really huge result for them, getting first in the semis. Going to play their first finals ever next weekend. Like that's massive for these guys.
Yeah, and have to really respect the game plan coming out from Groves and Kalamsky, as well as One Lush and Fury. You see there, the 81 and 86 placement points. They weren't necessarily playing for the victory round. They could say, hey, we make the end games, know these other teams are going to be pressing, going to be taking chances, and we just play for that top 6. And then for Malabuka and Mustache, hey, sometimes you look outside, the stars end up aligning, and it all ended up putting together that a team who was above them in the top 6 ended up snagging the last victory round, because otherwise, Zeke, they would have been on the outside looking in by 9 points.
I know, and that's what I think is so interesting about this format, Sundown, is like, literally, if a duo is ahead of the pack, right, they get the victory out, suddenly it's, yeah, they got themselves that qualifying spot, but now you look at everyone else, you say, wait a minute, there's a vacancy here, and now where are all of us relative to each other for these points, and that's what makes it so interesting, right, game to game, this can change, it's so awesome. Before we say goodbye, let's take a look at the predictions. Let's see how we did. Now, guys, I'd like to point out, I've been right.
We were all right.
First W. Listen, Levin, it's about me right now. I got my first W, baby.
Yeah. No, we'll give it to Zeke. I want everybody to congratulate Zeke. Be sure to hit him up and tell him you did a thing today. You finally did a thing. But look, we all went for these teams because they are the better teams in the lobby, and all of them had probable cause to win. You look at Vino and Joe, Thomas and Tayson out of Kovac Cannon, definitely were strong teams. We think that Kovac Cannon is now going to be a point of interest for sure in the next couple sessions, because everybody's going to be watching thinking, oh wow, it's free. And, you know, these teams can qualify from it. Rescott and Scram, they've got all the synergy they need maybe to sort of hit the drawing board and think about what's going on. But Janice and Vortex, the first game, resub, he knew what was up because these guys were definitely one of the strongest duos. I'm not really surprised by a lot of the teams who are here and who are able to make it through, if I'm being real.
I mean, I just want to say, shout out to all of us. 4 out of the 5 victory royales going through. Shia was close. I mean, if we're talking American baseball, or I guess that's the only kind of baseball, that's a fantastic batting average. So, hats off. And honestly, these teams played incredibly well. They did a good job. And no worries for everyone else who played out and didn't end up there. You have 11 more matches to potentially go through. But also, don't forget, we're going to be backfilling those spots. So, more of our duos from that consistency board are going to be hopping in tomorrow, Zeke. So there's a little bit of a fresh faces in there.
I know, and but also this means that tomorrow the dynamic, the meta within the meta of the tournament will change again. Everyone is looking to claim POIs, drop spots, loot pass, right? And it's going to change every single game, and then it's going to happen again on Sunday. There's still so much to look forward to here in the semifinals. Now, if you've enjoyed what you've watched, don't forget, you can also view this from inside Legends Landing, an incredible place to check out all of the action. Of course, we have NA East, we have NA West coming up later on today, and don't forget, we're here for the next 2 days of more Fortnite action. Sundown, thank you so much for hanging out with us today. Love getting to spend some time with you. Fortnite fam, that's it. We're jumping on the battle bus. We're saying goodbye for now. So as always, we love you. Keep yourself safe, and we'll see you on that battle bus. Beep, beep.
Today, on the field of battle, lifelong rivals Teddy and Kyle.
I am so sorry, man. I had no idea we were lifelong rivals.
We're not. Face off in a building competition unlike anything we've seen in home base history. The prize? A powerful building upgrade known only as Level 2 Walls. And the title of home base's best builder.
After giving that some thought, I would say that's Harper.
Ah, fine. Then the competition for second place begins now! Today, we return to the site of our first successful survivor rescue.
Oh, yeah! I thought this place looked familiar.
To pit Kyle and Penny against each other in a battle of building brawn and architectural ability. Ready, set, build! By which I mean head to the location marked on your mini-map. Then, build.
Right foot creep, ooh, I'm walking with that heater. Look around, stay low, make sure they don't see you. Right foot creep, ooh, right foot creep, ooh, I'm walking with that heater. Look around, stay low, make sure they don't see you. Right foot creep, ooh, I'm walking with that heater. Look around, stay low, make sure they don't see you. Get some bad, walk down, make some. Flint Creek.